we're good? Okay, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the December 1st, 2025 regular meeting of the Township of Montclair Planning Board. In accordance with the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by posting a copy of the notice on the first floor of the municipal building and by sending a copy to the newspaper designated by the Township for notices. This meeting is being broadcast live on Channel 34 and is streaming live and will be available on demand on YouTube. This meeting is a quasi-judicial proceeding, meaning that the board has powers and procedures resembling a court of law, and we are obligated to objectively determine facts and draw conclusions from them in order to provide the basis of an official action. Any questions or comments must be limited to the issues of what the board may legally consider in reaching a decision, and the decorum appropriate to a judicial hearing must be maintained at all times. Fire exits are to my right, which is your left, and also the back of the room where you entered. And as to the order of the evening, each application hearing will begin with the applicant or their attorney giving an overview of the application and the variances that are required, if any. We then hear from any expert witnesses the applicant may have to help explain the application and why variances are required. The board members at that time may ask questions of the applicant, the attorney, and their expert witnesses. And if you're a member of the interested public but not a witness in the case, you'll have two opportunities to speak at each of the applications. At the end of each witness's testimony, you'll be given the opportunity to ask the witness questions about his or her testimony. And that's not the time to tell us what you think of the application or make comments. That will come later. And to ask questions, you'll have to come to the front of the room here, give us your name and address, and then ask your questions related to the witness's testimony only. After the applicant's witnesses, if there's any objectors or objector witnesses and they've been heard, then the members of the audience will have their second opportunity to step forward. And at that time, you may express your opinions, positive or negative, about the application. Comments are generally limited to 3 minutes per person. And then at the close of the applicant's case, and if there's any objector case and the public comment, the public hearing is closed and the board members discuss the case and vote. At that time, you'll be able to listen to our discussion, but you will not be able to participate. And next up is roll call.
Mayor Baskerville.
Present.
Mr. Borshoff.
Here.
Mr. Campbell.
He is on his way. I have been informed.
Okay. Counselor D'Amato.
Here.
Mr. Vice Chair Graham.
Here.
Mr. Ianwali.
Here.
Mr. Falaise. Ms. Willis is excused. Mr. Neiman.
Here.
And Chair Brodock.
I'm here.
Okay.
Next up, we have the swearing in of our board professionals.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay. The minutes are going to be carried to the December 15th meeting, so we don't have minutes. Do we have a resolution for 82 Pine Street? A request for an extension of approval? Gotcha.
Yes. I believe you have the paperwork on this, and yeah, Mr. Trembulac is here to represent the applicant on this extension request.
Good evening, everyone. Trembulac, appearing on behalf of Pine Street Meadows LLC. In October of 2022, a little over 3 years ago, the board granted site plan approval for some proposed additions to this property and some site improvements. You know, and under municipal land use law, there's a 2-year period where the application is protected, or the applicant's protected from any zoning changes. It's referred to as the, protective period, if you will. Again, that's a 2-year period. The municipal land use law allows for the planning board to grant up to 3 one-year extensions of that protection period. We applied for the first extension a year ago. The board granted that in October of 2024. I sent a letter requesting a second of the 3 allowable one-year extensions to extend this for an additional year. And the reason being primarily due to economic conditions. My client hasn't started this project yet. They intend to go forward with it, but they're anticipating, hopefully, that interest rates will come down, which will allow for less expensive construction financing, and they would hope that they would begin the project within the coming year. So we're asking for an additional one-year extension, which would extend the site plan approval or the protection period for the site plan approval to essentially October 17th of 2026.
October 27th?
Sorry.
Is it October 27th or the 17th?
Well, the what did I say? The resolution was adopted on October 17th, 2022.
Okay.
So, give or take, October 17th of next year.
Okay.
I don't think there's been any zoning changes, actually, that would affect this approval, but regardless, we're looking to just maintain that protection for another year till we can get started with the project. That's what we're here for.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? No. I mean, I don't see an issue with it personally, so.
One question, how many units, there's an increase in the number of dwelling units for this project, correct?
I think that's correct. I have to go back. I have the resolution. Seeking to construct a 3-story addition containing 3 two-bedroom units, resulting in 5 total units on the property, which I think is an increase.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so the change that we made to the inclusionary zoning ordinance doesn't affect this. So, and actually the second reading on that ordinance is.
Is your microphone on again?
Yes, it is. I'll speak louder. The amendment to our inclusionary zoning ordinance wouldn't affect this because it only affects applications before the Board of Adjustment that include a use variance. So I think our anticipated zoning changes do not affect this.
All right. I would move to approve a one-year extension to, what do we say, October 17th, 2026 for this
Second?
applicant?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Thank you very much.
Welcome. Next up, we have application 2392-161-167 Glenridge Avenue.
I'll just say on advice of counsel, I am going to recuse myself from this.
Okay.
And also note, Mr. Campbell joined about 7:10, give or take.
Good evening, everyone. Gregory Massara, Bannon, Roding, McDonald, and Massara. I'm here this evening representing the owner of 167 Glenridge Avenue. That's North Willow Construction Company. If members of the board recall, I was here in September on behalf of this owner, and the reason for my appearance in September was that we were requesting the board's determination on whether the applicant had completed construction and enough construction so as to be determined by this board that the applicant could continue based on the 2016 Planning Board site plan and variance approval. We had conceded that there had been a delay, a significant delay. The township issued the first building permit to the property owner on July 3rd of 2017. Thereafter, revised plans were submitted for a foundation, which was approved on December 6th, 2017. The footings were ultimately approved on January 16th, 2019. There was a lapse, and on May 7th, 2021, the owner submitted an application for alteration to the building, a permit application, and that permit ultimately was not acted upon. The applicant now wishes to continue construction on the property. The question arises of whether the applicant is permitted to construct the property pursuant to the 2016 Planning Board approval. In July of this year, the applicant sought to obtain additional permits and the permits were not issued because of the very fair question of whether there had been too much of a delay to allow the applicant to proceed. That's what brought us before this board. It has been our position that because the applicant did substantial construction, and that is poured the footings and the foundation, that the applicant should be permitted to proceed. There are questions, of course, for this board, in my view, to decide, is that substantial construction? And I can say that there was not only this construction, but the township continued to inspect the property after 2021 and continue to use the applicant's escrow to pay for the cost of those inspections. So it is our position that the property owner substantially relied on the township's determination in 2016, issuing the permits, and then thereafter, and proceeded. The board will please recall that COVID caused a substantial delay, that my client twice was hospitalized with COVID, both times for over 30 days. That was the end of 2020 and also in 2021. There were financing problems that developed because of COVID. I was asked in September to present proof of financing. I did forward to Ms. Talley today correspondence of preliminary financing from the property owner. It's certainly showing in good faith that the property owner intends to proceed with the construction. I did send, as the board knows, I submitted a memorandum of law to Mr. Neese. Mr. Neese responded with a memorandum that I received over this weekend. I think the three important cases that I cited in my memorandum of law are Soto versus Edinburgh Apartments, Tremarco versus Garcia, and Gulf Oil versus Vogel. The overriding principle in these cases is that a property owner can have vested rights under the municipal land use law if the property owner can show that he reasonably relied upon approvals from the township, and based on that reliance, the property owner took substantial action. In this case, the board needs to determine, in my view, whether pouring the foundation is substantial action. We also know that the town did continue to inspect the property and continue to take escrow. So there was no indication to the property owner that the status of his application was in jeopardy. The Soto case is interesting because there, the appellate division held that just doing soil borings was not sufficient to satisfy the substantial completion application, that it did not constitute construction work. However, in that case, the court cited the Gulf Oil case, and Gulf Oil said that work should be deemed commence under a permit if there was a substantial overt act material to the effectuation of the project and manifesting to the municipal authorities that work is going forward. Well, in this case, the applicant got inspections for the foundations, in fact, had submitted revised plans for the foundations, and they subsequently were approved. 2021 submitted another application for a permit, and because of circumstances beyond the applicant's control, then could not proceed. The applicant then waited until 2025, also after 2022 or so, because of economic factors. As we just heard that Mr. Trembulack explained to the board, that there are still some economic issues that are preventing people from moving forward. My client, fortunately now, is ready to move forward. So it's our position that the municipal action tacitly affirmed the approval. So that's what we are asking the board to confirm. And then with regard to the protection that, again, Mr. Trembulack just spoke about to the board. We would technically need an extension from the board if the board were inclined to determine that, yes, we do have substantial completion, then just to dot the i's and substantial work, excuse me, then just to dot the i's and cross the t's, we would ask for an extension under the municipal land use law. And for that, I would point the board to the Toll Brothers case from 2007. In the Toll Brothers case, the site plan, the court said that boards have very broad discretion in granting extensions beyond the statutory minimums. Now, again, there's a balance between equities and what the statute says. In this situation, I believe that the equities favor the property owner to allow the property owner to proceed with the plans that were approved in 2016.
Mr. Neese, do you want to add anything from your memo? Yes, thank you.
Yeah, no. I crafted the memo based on the memo that Mr. Macera had submitted. I did not reach the question of extensions under, I think it's section 52 of the MLUL, so that's not anywhere briefed in my memo. I would agree with Mr. Macera that the board is in the position where it, like a court, has to evaluate the statute versus the equitable side of things, which is why I prepared the memo, putting in quite a bit of, citations and actual quotes from the case law, because I felt that the board needed a little bit of guidance to help understand how to apply equitable principles and how the courts have done that. But the ultimate decision-making, as always, is the board's.
I think it's helpful from both parties, because I don't think a lot of times we're balancing equities in our decisions here. So appreciate you adding that in. Appreciate you preparing this memo as well.
Thank you.
You were here in September, was it?
September,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Your Chair, but I just want to point out one thing. This application dates back to 2007. I think that's when it was originally submitted.
There was an approval in 2009.
2009, and then it came in for amended site plan in 2016. So the reason I'm saying is the zoning that applies is the zoning that was in place in 2009, which was when we didn't have a 20% set aside for affordable housing. It goes back to our 12% set aside. So
For the application, you're saying, for the site plan that was approved,
for the
you're
site
saying?
plan that was approved and that where the footings were poured, the zoning that was applied goes back to 2009. So that's why when you look at the numbers, they don't look anything like what the numbers are right now in terms of our affordable housing requirements. And so, as you know, subsequent to 2016, we then rezoned the property so that the building can no longer be 5 stories. The maximum height, I believe, is, I have to double check if it's 3 or 4 stories.
Mr. Chairman, the approval was 2016, so presumably, I don't know whether 9 and 16 were the same. Presumably, the inclusionary housing was the same.
No, it was not.
It was not from 9 and 16?
It had changed. So the zoning that was in place in 2009 was what the approval was based on in 2016.
I'm talking about the inclusionary in 16.
Yes,
Did
that
that
was-
change from 9?
It did change, and we were.
Okay. My client would be happy to add an affordable unit to this project.
And meet the current 20%.
The 20% would be happy to do that. We can't, make that a condition because we're just asking to go forward, but we can make a representation that he would add an affordable unit, yes.
How many
So-
units total are in the proposed
There's
development?
17? 17.
And what would be permitted under the current zoning? Do we know?
It's
Three
one
stories?
unit. Right now, it would be one affordable unit with the 20, it would be actually 17 Would be 3.
Would be
3 units,
Would
but
be 3, and you're only, the approval was only for 2.
So we
apologies,
would-
I wasn't clear. Under the current zoning, if it was forced to be reduced to 3 or 4, do we know how many units that would be? And then would we lose 1 or 2 affordable units?
Oh, we would. I don't know what the number would be, because the density is lower and the buildings are lower in
Right.
the current zoning.
Okay.
So it was approved for 2 affordable units, and you're
Correct.
saying, you're representing that you would add a third?
Absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Ianwala, you had some
Yeah,
questions?
I've got Arthur's memo, which I think is public information. Now, this was on the website, I think. And Arthur, you attached the resolution from January 11th, 2016, which gives the permits. It seems to be that there's a couple of meetings leading up to that resolution, two planning board meetings probably in 15. The last set of architectural plans that are cited, 60, I'm on page 8 of the resolution. 820, 16-sheet architectural plan set prepared by Larry C. Johnson. Then it gives his address. That is the latest set of plans. My assumption is that's what's going to be built, because that was the last set of drawings. Do we have those drawings? I know we saw some renderings, but do we have that actual architectural set so we can connect the dots between the exact thing that was approved in 16 that they're wanting to get an extension of?
We have the plans. It probably was not those plans, because I believe they came in after the approval and went to the revisions committee, and there were some changes that were made, but it wasn't a change to the number of units or the facade of the building. But that happens quite frequently. What actually, after they get their site plan approval
No, I
and they
understand.
work
No.
on their drawings.
My question is, we should know what was approved. If we're extending it, we should have an absolute, the facts are here that there's a set of plans that are dated 11/24/2015. These have a basement. And the footings that I saw, they didn't quite anticipate a basement to me. But again, I'm just looking at, I don't know. I mean, I think a fair question is, does the building have a basement or not? I mean, I just don't know. I don't have the capacity right now to say yes or no if the basis is that everything that was approved in 16 has stayed the same. All we want is just an extension. And I'm not quite there with the facts yet.
Well, I understand, but we're not seeking reapproval.
I understand.
Right.
I'm just seeking what was approved.
I mean, I have a rendering. Okay. My client is, in the revision, the basement was removed, so there is no basement. That matches the footing.
Are there drawings of the revision?
Do you have drawings? Okay.
If he's going to, so far he hasn't spoken to us, so if he's going to speak to us, yes, he'd need to be sworn in. It's up to Mr. Bashara how he wants to proceed.
Mr. Neese, can we swear Mr. Cuoco?
Sure. Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you please state your full name and your business affiliation?
And just make
for
sure the
record?
light's on. Thank you.
Alfonso Cuoco, Glenridge and North Willow Construction Company, Inc., and we're located in Clifton, New Jersey.
Sit down. Mr. Cuoco, a question has been asked about the plans. You have building plans with you?
Yes, sir.
Can you take out a set and show the board?
May I first show Janice and Kelly so that they know that this was the set, and then I'll pass that around?
Janice, you want to look
Sure.
at these first? Okay.
Are these copies? Okay, then let's I guess I don't mark it an exhibit because it's not an application.
It's not an application, right?
So you,
Actually, these were stamped. These were the ones that we did all the revisions with.
okay, so did you make copies of the revised plans to distribute to the board members?
No, these were stamped plans from back in 16, if you know if they're dated.
Oh, so they go forward in time.
Yes.
They're not identical.
Okay.
Because we had several times.
Let's make sure you're on a microphone
So
somewhere.
this is dated September 15th, 2016. And,
January 11th.
yeah, so this was, okay, this was after. Are you sure this is what was approved by the revisions committee? Because again, following the board approval, we worked with the applicant. There were a series of revisions that would have been reviewed by the revisions committee at the planning board. So that's why I say it would be a little bit different from what was approved per that resolution.
Mr. Cuoco, are those the same as this? Are they-
So you have copies of what was, okay, that's fine. I just, I need one
These
here.
are
No,
original.
I'm just
They're not,
wondering.
they're not. Can I just finish? These are plans.
Is your microphone on, Mr. Neese? I just want to make sure.
Yeah, these are plans that are all stamped September 7th, so they're identical. These packets that you're handing out are all identical. That's what I'm trying to get.
Yes, sir.
And you're representing that these plans that you're handing out are the latest version of the plans.
Of the site plan.
Of
not-
the site
Not
plan.
the construction plans. Because, but they're, yes, these are the ones that after we did all those back and forth revisions.
With the revisions committee. Okay, so this is ultimately, if there was nothing else, this is ultimately what will be built.
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify the record.
Is a follow-up to Mr. Ian Wally's question. It looks like there's a basement plan on this set, A8.
That's correct, but then it was taken out, and these are the ones I just recently found from, like, because I saw this stamped on them. But then we took the basements out and added additional storage on each floor. The basements were meant for storage, and for safety and fire, we made a decision to make the units a little bit smaller and put storage outside in the hallways.
So this is not, because it does have a basement plan. A8 is a basement plan, so.
And the storage would be different on each floor, too.
Correct.
Right.
So this is not an accurate representation.
Sorry.
That's okay.
No, keep that if you want.
The architectural set that's listed in the resolution, the architect is Larry C. Johnson, Camera Ave, Somerset, New Jersey, 16-set architectural plan. These are prepared by Unlimited House Design. So normally when there's revisions, it's the architect who does the plans, continues to do the revisions. Did you hire a different architect to produce?
You need to speak into the microphone, Mr. Cuoco.
Mr. Johnson got very sick, and then he stopped practicing. If any board members remember, I don't think any of the board members
Okay.
remember, he was an elderly gentleman,
Okay.
and he came to a point in his life that he promised me he would get me an approval, and then, you know.
Okay. All right, so then these are, what you're testifying to is that these are, even though they're prepared by a different architect, they're an extension, or they're, the basis is what's on page 8 of the resolution, and these have been revised with you, this architect, and the committee. Okay. Do those committees keep minutes, or is it just, does the planning department have a copy of this someplace that says this resolution passed, and then the revisions committee approved this, or do we
Yeah,
have any record internally?
We have a series of plans that
Okay.
were submitted post-approval. And these are changes that don't generate amended site plan. They're minor enough that they can be typically approved by the revisions committee. And there's a series of changes to the plan that were approved by the revisions committee. And we do
Okay.
keep it in our records. what was approved.
But Janice, do we have a copy of the record that says there would be no basement, there would be changes to storage? Do we have all of that on file?
I'd have to double check.
Okay.
I don't have that information with me right now.
Okay.
Okay, and then, assuming that this is what is going to be built, would you testify that the footings in the ground match this architectural set, and that you don't need new footings? The footings that are there will support this building?
Yes, that is correct. If you notice the letter from the engineer, he verified.
But he didn't reference what was to be built. I'm just trying to create the link between the footings and what was approved. It's a little bit,
Right, yeah.
Yes.
you know.
But the footings don't match this set that you have. Right?
Well,
The
That's-
footings, the
He
footings
said
would
they
have.
do.
No,
Yeah.
they don't. Well, they can't, because the footings, this set that you
Right.
have still has a basement.
No.
Yes.
The revisions,
Page A8. The set, what I'm saying is the set you have is not the latest.
Right.
The-
The
It's
footings
not
would
the
have-
latest version.
The footings would have come to the building department. The building department would then have sent the footings plan to my department for review with consistency with the latest version of the site plan. So there are procedures in place that before they could get sign off from a zoning perspective on their footings plan, we would have had to make sure that it matches the plans that we have on file.
And you will see in the, I believe it was an attachment to Mr. Neese's memo, but there was a modification to the foundation plan. And the modification, then, the permit was
Right.
opened and then closed with the modification to the foundation. So there were actually, two iterations of the foundation. And the foundation as it exists now is for the building.
When was the permit closed?
2021, I believe.
2021?
I'm sorry, it's in my memo.
Yeah, because that's one of the issues, like, all the case law, like the Gulf case, and I think it was the Tremarco Corporation case, there were active permits involved, right? And then, I believe there was some kind of subterfuge, right? I kind of just got these cases recently, but with Gulf, if I'm not mistaken, the mayor made a false representation that the change to the ordinance they were doing would not impact Gulf's property, right? So the permitting was an important issue. It was an active permit, and that was one of the things they focused on. Then you had another case, I think it might have been Soto, where there was a permit that expired after 6 months. And in that instance, the court decided, even though I think they put in a wall to establish a foundation, that there was no real taking there. And that all of the cases seem to say that there is an interest in municipalities controlling development and growth for the general welfare, essentially. And that when a permit was expired, that's where they had more leniency in terms of allowing the municipality to enforce new zoning code.
Well, that is partially correct, in my opinion. Soto said specifically that soil borings are not good enough.
Right.
Okay? Not a foundation, but soil borings. There is a case that said demolition is good enough. So.
There was, but that was the Tremarco case where they had an active permit, they were removing piping, they were removing bushes, preparing the building for demo, as was considered best practices at the time. So I think that case was a little different, where Soto, there was not an active permit. It had expired. The UCC, I think, prescribed 6 months, but he let it expire. The builder. So I think that was the determining factor there, more so than the substantial step that was taken. Because it even stated that he put in a wall to secure and dug a foundation and things like that.
Tremarco says, I think, what's clear for this board, quite honestly. There is no easy formula to govern every case.
Absolutely.
I mean, and, so that's the equity. And then Toll Brothers, talks about, Toll Brothers allowed an extension, and allowed an extension scenario just like this because the economic crash, 2007, 2008. And then Toll Brothers extended significantly the time for Toll Brothers to complete their construction.
Were there
Do you have the
zoning
cite-
ordinance?
Sorry,
Oh,
do you
sorry.
have the citation for that case?
Toll
Because
Brothers,
it's-
versus-
It wasn't in your
No, it
memorandum.
wasn't. Toll
and-
Brothers versus West Windsor, it's 2007.
And were there zoning changes that would have impacted the application, or was it essentially just a continuation of the old zoning code?
Well, Toll Brothers, yes, I believe there was a change in zoning, I believe, I'm not positive.
Okay.
But again, the principle was, boards have very broad discretion to grant extensions beyond statutory maximums if substantial reliance and good faith and external delays. And it did say the extensions aren't permanent, so there has to be action. What we're seeking from the board tonight is, let us get started and let us get finished. I mean, so we're not looking for a permanent extension by any means.
No, understood. Well, on the when you say permanent extension, Mr. Massera, can you elaborate on that? Because there was that Dimitrov case cited in the Palatine case that discussed a permanent, or essentially a variance that had no limitation, no time limitation, but they were still required to follow zoning code changes because they did not act timely, essentially, to
Right.
start building the garden apartments.
Right.
So when you say permanent extension, can you elaborate
Well,
on
there
what
has
you're
to be,
referring to?
you know, there has to be some kind of, whether it be continuum, continuity, without an excuse. Now, we're coming before this board this evening to say, excuse us, you know, yes, we did not act as fast as we would have liked, but from 2020 to 2025, economics have prevented that. From late 2020 to mid-2022, medical conditions and COVID prevented that.
I
So-
grant the
right.
COVID, but
Right.
there was a substantial, I think, number of builds in '23 and '24. All right, I'm going to think about that a little bit further. Thank you.
Planner Talley, if I can ask a question.
Yeah.
Can you lay out with as much reasonable detail as possible the other changes in zoning that have happened, specifically the downzoning?
It was this is on Glenridge Avenue, and following the, I believe it was in 2018, the township amended the master plan
Right.
to create a new zoning district for Glenridge Avenue. Believe it's the C3 zone district.
Right.
The council subsequently adopted the zone change. So that all happened after this was approved, and it went from right now it's a six stories is permitted, because it used to be the C1 zone, down to, I believe it's 4 stories. And it also reduced the density. It was previously 55 units per acre, and I don't know offhand right now. I can easily look that up, but we actually decreased the density as well.
So that's really the crux of the issue here. If the applicant is cheerfully adding the unit that brings them up to the 20% threshold, and there's
Right.
no 25% because there's no use, seeking of a change of use, then it is the height. And so this is a 5-story building, and we don't
That's
know if it was, because that's the primary reason that you would be seeking relief, correct? Okay. So just so we know what it's about.
Ms. Talley, excuse me, Ms. Talley, it looked to me that the C3 Central Business Zone was enacted on June 21st, 2016. Do you think is that correct? I think you just said
If that's what-
2018.
If that's what the zoning ordinance says.
That's what I thought I
Yeah.
saw in
Yeah, and this was
Code
approved in
360.
January of 2016, was when the resolution was, so yes, it was that same year.
Okay. So, but then, Mr. Massera, you said that when was the permit issued to install the foundation?
The permit was issued July 3rd, 2017.
Right.
And then
Okay.
and then additional permits, December 6, 2018, and March 20, 2019.
So was the initial permit issued after the zone was changed?
Yes.
Okay. Because that seems to contradict your,
Well, that's based on what Ms. Talley just said, yes.
that's what I'm trying to understand, because there was a note, I think, in here that said the foundation was poured before Montclair enacted new ordinances on building height and inclusionary housing. And I'm not sure that's the case. Maybe on inclusionary, but.
Inclusionary is not really an issue if they're willing to do it. It's the
Right, the
height.
inclusionary zoning took place in
Much later.
2009.
Oh, okay.
That was a long time previous.
So the foundation was not poured before
No,
that
no,
change?
no.
That was 12%, correct?
It was in 2000, when they first got their approval, because I believe, and this is all prior to my time, but I recall that their application was made in 2007, it was approved in 2009. Back at that, when the application was made, the set aside was 12%.
And it was 20% in
And
2021
then,
or 22.
then after they submitted their application, and I believe it was 2008, because that's when we got substantive certification, that set aside was increased to 20%. But because they had made a complete application in 2007, they were under the 12% inclusionary zoning and not the 20% all
Right.
along. So
Oh, shit.
it gets very convoluted.
But the main issue remains the height and therefore the 3 or 4 units on
And
that.
any
And
other-
the entirety of
And
the drawings.
Yeah, and any other changes to the zoning ordinance which we may not be aware of. I just want to make that part of the record.
Well, that's our position would be, that's what we're asking, to allow the prior approval to survive.
So just to emphasize, it's now 3 stories. The C3 zones.
So it's 2 full stories that this building would lose.
Correct. Although I believe there's a setback, Janice, isn't there can you go more than 3 if there's a?
No, the maximum building height is 3 stories, 37 feet.
Okay.
And the maximum density is 40 units per acre. So, under the current zone.
Right.
And also to establish just that you are not, you say that like things stop, for financial reasons or for medical reasons. And Lord knows, I've read stories about how Montclair had to move its township hall from 2012. So things take time, on our side too. But other things change as well. So if you're building this building now, there's going to be building code that will have changed substantially, and you will have to
Comply.
conform with that.
Yes.
Right, so there are
Yes.
things that you are acknowledge that you're gonna have to comply with.
Yes.
This may be in a slightly different bucket, but not fully. So this is the issue, is whether or not that was an important change. And, I mean, the people who are gonna be asking us from the public for relief or for something will be focusing on that. So it's, just wanna make sure people know why we're here.
Well, the zoning was also adopted by the council, right? So I think that's a significant policy consideration. That was the will of the council when they made that change. So I think that's something we have to take into consideration here as well.
Isn't that part of balancing the equities?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Is that,
Yes. Yes.
Whichever decision we make, isn't that really the test of the equities? Who's harmed more, who's likely to prevail, things of that nature, where, is this property owner harmed if we say no? Because, they're out the money for foundations and anything else, or perhaps, the lost revenue of a smaller building versus what the public, in my recollection, kind of clearly said, we want Glenridge Avenue downzoned.
I'm going to go back. I'm just trying to get the pieces of the puzzle lined up. January 16.
Tony, is your mic
approval.
on?
January 16 got approval.
You may have to.
Can you move it
pull the
closer?
mic
Yeah, thank
just
you.
facing
January
you.
16th, that was approval for these plans. So I
That was
think
the
this
date
test.
of the resolution. After the date of the resolution, the applicant came in and, working with the revisions
Got it,
committee,
yeah.
made
These are the
changes.
plans. There's testimony that
No,
these are the plans,
because-
right? No?
pulled the wrong box, and I apologize when I left my office tonight.
Those
Oh,
are
okay.
not them.
That's all. I just realized.
I'm back to square one then. I mean, if we're, approving something that happened before, let's see what happened before. Because we have this lack of, I mean, whatever, because there was a set of plans when the building department approved of the location, the strength, the diameter, et cetera, whatever, you could put piles in or columns. There was a set of plans that was presented to the building department that should have matched some architectural set of drawings. Although you want your columns to match up, right? So there was some set of architectural documents that were used to generate those foundation plans. Those are the pieces of the puzzle that I just love to see, to make sure that there's a continuation of effort, even though there's little breaks in time, that the footings are a huge important factor in this, because that's, to Arthur's definition of that construction has started and actually commenced on each and every structure permitted. I think there's only one structure. It's one building. So the footings are really, really important to link to whatever was approved at the time, the resolution being, in January of 16. So, I mean, I didn't realize that these might not match exactly, but.
Just one comment. I know there's one building, but there's multiple structures. There's also the surface parking lot associated with the parking variance. That's part of the application as
Right.
well, but that has not started.
Nothing.
So.
Where's but that's the first floor of the building, isn't it?
No, because the building, the parking lot extends beyond the building, as I recall.
A structure would be anything of any material that is built upon the property. That's
Well,
what
you're
Ms.
probably
Talley's
not going to have
referring
footings for the park, that'll be an on-grade
You're talking about
thing.
one building, not one structure.
Right, there's
To
multiple
be-
structures.
To use technical language.
I'm trying to make it easier for you.
I know. To use technical language, you're talking about there's one building.
Well, it seems like
Right.
there's one structure to me. If there's a
Right.
surface parking lot, that doesn't
That's
require
considered-
footings.
that's
That's
considered
a,
a
that's an
but that's a
on-grade.
structure, and the
It's a
board,
structure.
and this is one of the things that tripped over my department. We granted a parking variance. The parking variance is reflected in the parking lot, because the parking lot, I don't know if you were on the planning board when this was approved, because the parking lot goes over the culvert, and so the parking lot, that's part of the structure, and the parking variance is associated with that. So again, that part of it was not started, and there was a variance associated with it. So that was one of the things that gave pause to the zoning officer, quite frankly, as we were going over these plans. So
So
I just
then,
want-
so it doesn't meet the definition of each and every structure then?
that was the concern.
So then we can't say yes, based on that. I'm just,
I'm sorry, I don't follow the.
well, Arthur's memo says that the approval shall expire by limitation unless such construction or alteration shall have actually commenced on each and every structure permitted by said variance.
Oh, that's, I don't
The
think-
permit.
I don't think the intention there is to, because under the municipal land use law, a structure is defined as anything that is built upon the property. So it would not be, a parking lot generally is done last. So it would not be that you have to start the parking lot, because nobody starts the parking lot the same time that they do footings.
Well, that's where I was going with it, because I thought that, I was trying to get over this qualification. I was thinking of it as one structure, you're done, you got that, okay? But my question is, what is the structure that you're building? I keep coming back to that, because, we're saying that, okay, you can go build this building, just connect the pieces of the puzzle to what was approved with revisions. So we have some evidence that whatever we're allowing 10 years later was indeed what was
Right.
approved in 16.
Well, I think that's, historically, that's what the file says. I mean,
It's a very large file with all of the changes that have been made, and ultimately, the revisions committee did approve all of the or multiple times the changes. So we do have that, as you can imagine. It's a very thick file in my office. And when they came for their inspections and approval of their footing and foundations plan, that's what we looked at, to make sure
Well,
that it worked, to get that approved.
Is it hard to just show us whatever the results of that? I mean, to say, here's a set of plans after revisions that you can testify to that link to this January of 2016 planning board resolution. Simple as that.
We can look through I was kind of hoping the applicant could bring their plans to you. Because the file is very extensive. We can go through it, but,
Well,
At a
when you
future date.
set out to start building this building, you know what you want to build. So if you saw those plans, I mean, I'm sorry. I don't want to make it seem like I'm oversimplifying what I'm looking for, but I'm just trying to get at whatever was approved before, some evidence that it's been reviewed and approved. If this set that was mentioned, this Mr. Johnson, whatever his name was, the architect, if that still existed, then there'd be no issue, because we have evidence in the resolution about what set of plans were approved. But what we've been presented with doesn't connect.
But then permits would not have been issued if they didn't match.
But then what was presented
I don't
to
think the
get the
permits were
permits?
supposed to be issued anyways.
I'm sorry.
I'm not sure the permits were supposed to have been issued anyways,
In what,
based on the expiration of the variance, section 202-20 of our ordinance.
oh, that they
but-
were more than 6 months? I don't think, I mean, that, we can look at Jantuch versus Verona. I mean, reasonable reliance, and I don't think that.
No, that's not the chair's point.
That's not, yeah, I'm not, I understand where you're going with that, and your argument, is
Right.
that we're stopped from
Right.
taking action against you, but,
Right.
no, my point is, I don't think that the foundation plan was supposed to be approved, because you're past that window where your variance had expired. But it did get approved, which is where your case law,
Right.
what you're saying, but my point's slightly different. But I think what Mr. Ian Wally wants is some comfort that the foundations that were put in match the building that was approved as revised.
But they
Is that
have.
fair?
Just to know what was intended to be built 10 years ago. Because we're saying yes to that. So we have this, which has a basement, and we're not building a basement. We don't have a set of plans to know what it is we're saying yes to.
There's one other complication here, and it's shown on page 3 of my memo, and specifically up at the top where it says July 3, 2017, permit 17-1462 issued, and then I drop a foot, after NJAC 5:23-16, I drop a footnote and tell you what that regulation says, and that suggests to me that what can be permitted at that point in time may not necessarily be what is ultimately going to be the building. You can read it.
Okay, so that creates.
Is your microphone on? Just make sure.
Yeah. So that creates the possibility that the building could change in the future?
I believe that's what that means.
But that's relative to whether or not you can get a foundation permit, not relative to what was approved in 2015 leading into
Correct.
16.
I just wanted to give that
Yeah,
gloss
okay.
on that.
The foundation, I'm sorry, I'm trying to follow, but the foundation was approved. The foundation had to be based upon the final plan that was submitted. They have to match. So I'm not sure.
Well, my question is, let's see the final plan. Simple as that. Whatever the applicant put forth before the building department that positioned the pilings, let's just have a look at that and have a reasonable assurance that it matches what, because we're saying we want to keep alive the
Okay.
action that the board took in
I think
16.
that, I mean, I understand. Okay, that's not unreasonable. Let's see what we have, and then we can.
Well, Janice said that there is a file that exists.
Right, so
And
we can
there
come
was a
back, I
review,
mean,
there was a review committee, so there must be
Yes.
some memo said the revisions committee has done this, and here's a set of plans that resulted from it.
There is, we do have a file and we do have documentation.
I am looking now, Janice, at the footing and foundation plan that was approved April 20th, 2021, April 22nd, 2021.
That was approved by the building department.
That's approved by the building department.
Okay, so that's,
Is
that,
this not helpful?
No.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, we'll ask Ms. Talley to dig into the file, and we'll come back. I mean,
Okay.
I hate to waste the board's time, and I hope this at least was not a waste of time. I think we know what the issue is. So we can come back and, you know, hopefully present it to the board beforehand. Ms. Talley, is that okay?
My problem is I probably only have one copy of a big plan of that. Do you want me to provide copies to all the board members for this future date?
I think that would be helpful.
Okay. So
Maybe Mr. Cuoco has a copy
I'll
that,
work with Mr. Cuoco to get those copies of the final, the version that was finally approved by the revisions committee to the board for the next meeting, whenever this is continued to.
okay.
Okay?
Let me find out
And we'll
what
need
Mr.
15 copies.
Mr. Neiman.
I may have missed it. What date was the foundation actually poured? Because I know those plans are from 2021, but there was a permit alteration in which no work was done, and there were inspections for footings in 2018, and the note in the memo just says foundation poured. It doesn't have a date anywhere. So like, when did they actually go into the ground?
I've got inspection 3/20/19 sticker. These are the ones that added the trailer and to keep. These are the sites that has to stay on site. And before then, it was 12/6/18.
And
So-
you actually and you poured the foundation too.
We poured, well, more than that, we put those concrete pilings all the way in the ground.
Well, yeah, that's the
Yeah.
those are the footings.
That's the footings
Footings.
right
You got the
there.
footings and you poured the foundation.
Correct.
So
Was
there's
the foundation ever approved by the building department?
The footings, only the footings.
Okay.
Only the footings,
So the foundation was never approved?
correct.
Was the
what's-
foundation poured at the same time as the footings, or at a later
We just
date?
did the footings.
Okay, so when was the foundation poured?
The foundation was not poured yet.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's the footings. If you,
So solely the footings?
that is correct.
Okay, and that was in 2018,
And 19.
and, well, 19, they were, yeah, okay.
so you got a permit for the footings and the foundation, but you only did the footings. You
That's
never did the
correct.
foundation. There's no foundation.
But that's what your memo said, Mr. Massera. Foundation poured before Montclair enacted new ordinances on building height and inclusionary housing.
That was my understanding,
Okay.
because the foundation permit had been issued and approved.
So that should be footings poured.
Footings.
That's what it's.
Footings.
Well, footings are foundation. I mean.
It's part of the
it is-
foundation.
It is part of the foundation, so it's not, the foundation is kind of encompassing the whole thing.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to
Yeah.
split too many
I
hairs.
wouldn't
mean,
split it, yeah.
Theoretically, I would imagine
Well,
you're going to
in
have
this
to,
place, it's a steel, these are the foundation because it would be a steel structure. The concrete walls and the block walls that we put on the outside would just be, all the weight's gonna be on the steel. So the next step would have been raising the steel on this. And then put the block.
so there's no more excavation, no grade beams, nothing like that need to get poured?
Sorry?
Do you have any grade beams? I mean, now I'm getting probably a little too far in the weeds, but,
That's all right. No, I mean, we have, the footing and foundation permit, which I have here, it shows everything, all the concrete that we were gonna pour for the walls, okay? The only thing that we didn't have, right, was the steel, right? The steel drawings weren't done yet. Calculations were done, that's how the calculations were done for the footings, of course, to hold the weight. But no, like the physical walls, because we put walls all the way around, because part of the structure is parking and for fire safety, and then of course the ground floor has the elevator entry and the store. So just to make it easier and smarter and structurally safer, because we're putting a lot of brick on it, the lip would come out, and we'd have all that concrete block on the bottom to hold the weight for all that brick going up too.
If I may, I think Ms. Talley's suggestion is probably the best one, which is why doesn't the applicant work with her and provide to the board the most relevant aspects of the file. And I assume that your office has that, and to the extent you don't have, Mr. Cuoco has expressed a willingness to provide it. And that way, we can all be on the same page, including Mr. Ian Raleigh having answers to his questions.
Mayor?
Yes, Attorney Neese, can you help me, please, with this? I'm trying to understand, because we've been presented with some case law and some other things, does that mean that the changes in zoning, the 3 stories versus 5 and the 40 units per acre are not relevant here at all? Because I'm just trying to figure out, do we have any dialogue, conversation with that, or no, because he's presented some other cases where it was okay.
That's the issue, right down the middle of what you just
Right.
said, Mayor.
So when do we get with it?
It depends on how the applicant wants to proceed. The goal here is to determine whether or not there has been sufficient development in the property so as to allow the applicant to have the issuance of new permitting based on the plans that exist back in 2016 or 2017. If the board determines that, no, there's not been development, there's not been anything going on, we don't want to have new permits issued in connection with this because of whatever the reasons are, then the applicant would be required to come back before the board with a new site plan that is based on the zoning as it currently exists.
Okay, we're just not there yet.
We're not
'cause
there yet.
We're still talking about the footings and what year, and was it foundation, or whether it was just footings? Okay,
By talking about the
Yeah.
footings, we're getting into the weeds.
I get
And-
it.
And.
No, I'm with the weeds, but I'm just sitting here trying to figure out, if we go back and then they come back with some more plans, and then this body says, well, that's all fine and well, but we are not with the 5 stories. We are now looking at the 3 stories. We've evaluated that for that extremely dangerous traffic intersection there, and we think that it will, do more detriment to the neighborhood to have the 5 stories and the 3 stories. So we want to get on with that. That would be coming later.
That will come later,
Okay.
I presume.
the equitable argument.
Okay,
That would be it.
Right.
okay.
No, there
Right.
would be nothing. That would be done because of circumstances.
Okay, I'm just trying to get the order. Thank you, I
You're
appreciate
just trying to
you.
get to the
I
pulse.
appreciate you.
as
I'd
all
love to
always
get to the
do.
pulse. Thank you.
One more smaller question, which is the basement was taken out between these drawings and the final site plan approval. Is that correct? So that site plan would have indicated somewhere that that storage space, because in other ones that I've seen, we've had to compel
Right.
where the storage for
Yes,
the
we-
units.
Right, the final plans will show the storage space as well.
And it did so when it was approved.
No, that was my.
That's
the-
it,
the-
okay.
The plans that are in the site plan approval have a basement.
Yeah.
The basement was taken out in revisions later on, that's what we're trying to find.
Right.
So there are going to be other revisions too, aren't there?
They were approved by administratively, not as part of the board's approval.
Right.
Understand,
Right.
I think.
Yeah, so this set here,
It was, the board approved a set of plans. Later, the applicant came to the revisions committee of this board and said, look, I've got something that I think is small enough that doesn't have to go to the full board. It can be handled by what we've set up intentionally with this board to handle small revisions that, the revisions committee, I think it's up to them in conjunction with the planning office to decide whether that committee feels it can handle whatever revision comes forward, or there have been times where that committee goes, I think the whole board needs to see this,
Right.
and then that applicant comes back before the whole board. But to administratively make the process go quicker so that these meetings also don't go till 1 a.m. every night, we've set up a committee to handle what we feel are minor revisions.
Right,
So-
but if their contention is that nothing has changed, that there was just a pause, we're going back to 2016, and I just suspect that over 10 years, there will be other revisions. just the state of the art of the way things are built, just the aesthetics of the way it may look. And so for us to pretend that, you can't have it both ways, either time stopped or it didn't.
There's a
So-
difference between the architectural, the building plans, and the site plan. The architectural building plans are totally different. They're much more detailed. They might change, yes. But the plan, ultimate site plan that was revised and then approved will not change unless we go back to the revision committee.
But it
Or-
may have included the change of the basement.
It did, it did do that, yes. That was through committee.
Yeah, I think maybe an example of one thing it might have changed that this board doesn't handle is, say, the building didn't need sprinklers back when this board approved it, but now building code would say has to be fully sprinklered. That's not something we get involved in, but
Right.
something that certainly can change once the full
Construction
plans
code
are.
definitely, right. Construction officials definitely get involved with that, yes.
Right.
Right.
Does anybody else need other information? Is there anything else that we would like this applicant, when they come back, to bring to us to provide beyond what we've already discussed? No, okay,
Okay.
so what date shall we have them come
Well,
back?
I don't know if we need a date at this point. Why don't we, once the information, we get the copies, we will put this on an agenda. Because honestly, we don't
Yeah.
have our calendar set for next year.
That's also true.
Okay,
It's a good point.
So,
okay. Yeah.
Does that work?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, that works fine. Thank you,
Okay.
everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the indulgence, appreciate it.
That was approved.
we will have the calendar at the next meeting.
We'll do the calendar at the next meeting on the 15th.
Yeah, I have my administrative assistants put it together today. We're tweaking it, and then we'll have it at the next meeting.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, there's only change, yeah.
Let's
Well,
take a
the-
quick
the
5-minute
building
break.
that's across
We'll come
the
back,
street,
and next up will be 260 Park
lofty
Street.
building.
5 minutes.
Kind of surprise people.
Good seeing you.
Ms. Talley, are we back on the record on your end? Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Next up is application 2940, 260 Park Street, 260 Park Street LLC. And I'll note for the record, Mr. Borshoff is back on the dais.
Okay.
Mr. Trembulac.
Good
welcome.
evening again, members of the board. Alan Trembulac appearing on behalf of the applicant 260 Park Street LLC. This is a continuation of our application for site plan approval to construct a new 3-story mixed-use building on property located at 260 Park Street in the NC Neighborhood Commercial Zone District. As you'll recall, we commenced this hearing last month. I believe it was the November 3rd meeting. The proposal is for a building that will contain approximately 900 square feet of commercial space on the first floor, which is anticipated to be occupied by either a pizzeria or a bagel shop. And then there will be 7 residential apartments on the second and third floors, with one of those apartments being an affordable unit in compliance with the town's inclusionary zoning ordinance. Now, we've made some recent plan revisions since we were here last month in response to some questions, some concerns, suggestions expressed by various members of the board and perhaps members of the public as well. So we're going to start by reviewing those revisions with the board this evening. I would just note that one of the revisions, as you've probably already seen, calls for the relocation of the trash and recycling from a trash enclosure area that was originally proposed in the rear yard of the property. We've now moved that to be internal within the building, and that eliminates one of the 2 variances that we required. We no longer need a variance for the trash enclosure to intrude into the required rear yard setback. That area has now been replaced with some additional plantings and a slight increase or decrease in the impervious coverage of the property. So again, that leaves us with a conforming site plan application with the exception of a minor parking deficiency variance for 2 parking spaces where we're providing 16 spaces, whereas 18 are required under the ordinance. We also need 4, I think, very minor design waivers, which, our professionals will discuss. So I'm prepared to proceed. I don't know, Janice, did you want to mark additional exhibits before we begin?
Yes, please. A15 is the revised architectural drawings prepared by GSA Architects dated November 19th, 2025. A16 are the revised engineering drawings dated November 19th, 2025. A17 is the PowerPoint dated December 1st, 2025, and A18 is the revised report from Neglia Engineering dated November 30th, 2025.
Okay. Just finish putting that down. Okay. So I'd like to begin by recalling the project architect, Gregory Switzer, to discuss the recent plan revisions. Greg, you understand that you're still under oath?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And your office prepared a revised set of the architectural plans with the revision date of November 19, 2025, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Will you please review those plans with the board, focusing obviously on the revisions that were made to the prior, plans that were discussed at the last meeting?
Sure.
All right, good evening, Madam Mayor, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board. Again, my name is Gregory Switzer, and I'm here to discuss the changes that we've made to the drawing since my last appearance here. And these changes are a direct response to a lot of the comments that we received during the first hearing. First, the request of the board members with respect to the refuse and waste containment area being located in the rear setback of the property. As Alan mentioned, we've now have relocated this to the interior portion of the building on the first floor, and the trash enclosure in the rear yard, like I said, is no longer needed. To accommodate this revision, the retail space was reduced by about 78 square feet, bringing the retail space to a total of 900 square feet, and the building lobby and egress stairs were also reconfigured. Our updated presentation also illustrates a 1,200 square foot basement level, which was not part of our last presentation, but we did speak of it, and I just wanted to make sure that you had that as a part of that. It was also part of the drawings that was previously submitted, so it's nothing new. Nothing's changed there. The basement in the drawings will show that we have approximately 1,200 square feet of area. Portions of it is partially unexcavated, where the elevator and the refuse room would be located directly above. Interior adjustments were also required on the second and third floors based on the reconfiguration of the building lobby and the stair. We ended up rotating the interior stair in the lobby in the opposite direction and pushed it closer to the restaurant area and leaving that area away from the parking side of the building. The other interior adjustments that were required was for Unit 1 on the second floor, and the third one was on Unit 5 on the third floor, both facing Park Street. The second floor changes includes the following changes. The unit was increased from 1,390 square feet to 1,406 square feet, and the den was relocated to provide window access. The tenant storage rooms were reorganized into 4 rooms. Now each provide 39.5 square feet area and a total of 355 cubic feet of storage area each. The third floor changes included a new addition. Previously, we were looking to store bicycles in the basement of the building. Now we've included a bicycle storage area of approximately 84.45 square feet, a total of 760 cubic feet, and that's added near the elevator lobby on that floor. Unit 5
And you're
was
gonna walk through these
I think it would
at the
be
projection,
helpful.
right?
Okay, sure.
If you pull that up.
Well, I think it's gonna be a little bit easier to follow.
I was gonna suggest the same thing.
Yeah, because I'm not sure I'm following the bicycle storage. You might have lost me at bicycle storage.
No worries.
Nothing against bicycle storage. But yeah, I think it'd be helpful if you're speaking about these slides, if you could walk through them and just show us.
Thank you.
Why don't you go back to the basic site plan first and just point out, you know, the relocated
Sure.
trash and recycling and what's being proposed in the area where
Okay.
the trash enclosure had been originally proposed? Just, you know,
Okay.
with reference to, it's a lot easier for the board, I think,
Sure.
to follow.
Actually, I'll start with this slide, which is the basement, and then I can work my way up. How's that?
Okay.
Okay. So this is the basement diagram that was included into the presentation. And
You just may have to shout a little more.
can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay,
I think so.
perfect.
Yes.
All right, I'll try and keep it at this level. Okay,
And if you
so,
need to get up, I mean, there's handheld mics if you need to get up
Understood.
and walk over as well.
okay, no problem. So this is perfect, thank you. The cellar and, or the basement actually, and the stair originally was located in this direction. We actually turned it in order to accommodate space in this area. On the upper level for the refuse room, the elevator is typically in the same location, And then the storage area that's located in the basement pretty much remains the same with the utility room closest to the street. On this plan, this is the first floor plan. This is very critical with the changes that we made because it does show the refuse room now being integral part of the first floor of the building. The restaurant space has now reduced, as I stated, in square footage. It was previously 978 square feet. It's currently 900 square feet. And these bubbles, and you'll see these bubbles throughout the drawings, were other areas where there have been changes. There were structural changes to the building as well, to where we actually removed a set of 4 columns from the parking area to give us a little bit more clear access for parking planning. This is the second floor plan, and the changes here are the den was actually moved from this side of the floor and displaced down along the windows. And since the stair rotated on the first floor plan, we were able to reorganize the storage in a way to where they were a little bit more uniform and consistent. And this is the bicycle room here, with the entrance leading into the room here.
And these
Okay.
plans, the revised plans, show the actual square footage of the tenant storage spaces.
Yes.
On the plans, right?
That is correct.
And I think you gave the
Yes.
amount of the size of those storage areas.
Yes.
A few minutes ago.
Mhm.
What did you say, 385?
I'd say 355 cubic feet, and the municipal code requires 200. So we've met and have exceeded that requirement.
For all 7 of the apartments?
For all
correct?
7.
Thank you.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, and,
Well-
but
Just while we're on this plan, what are those rectangles to the plan south, outside of the building?
these?
Yes.
These are structural support columns.
Are they visible from out the exterior?
No, only at the parking level. That's only, yeah, you're not going to, I don't quite understand your question.
Well, so this is a second floor plan, right? And
This is the
these,
second floor plan, yes.
so are these attached to the exterior of the second floor?
Those are footings and foundation indications along that side of the building. You're not going to see piers running up and down the side of the building. Let me see if I can find an elevation for you so you can understand how the building is. This is what you're going to see.
In those, what look like lighter columns? Is that a column?
Is this, let's just make sure that we're talking about the same thing. I just want to make sure. Are you talking about these vertical?
Yes.
Yes, that is structure to the building.
So that's structure of the building,
That
so
is
that is
correct.
visible from the exterior.
That is correct, yes. But you won't see that from the street because that's set back quite far from the front of the building. The building starts here, 20 feet back from the property line, and then you have 60 feet, and then these piers begin to appear in the back.
And so those protrude from the facade, from the, what is it, a brick facade there?
It's somewhat, yes, but they're integrated, somewhat, yes.
But your plan view shows them sticking
Yes.
out some dimension. I'm not sure what that dimension, oh wait, there it is. 2 feet 6 inches, does that sound right?
That sounds correct.
Okay. So that is visible and that will stick out from
Yeah,
the wall, for lack of a better
absolutely.
term. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
But none of that is visible from the street face. Okay.
Yeah, those are shown on the site plan, too.
That's what I just wanted
So-
to make sure I understood what I was looking at.
Yeah.
That's what I thought they might be, but,
Yeah,
and if, in case anybody in the public is, had questions about that as well.
And
no
the
problem.
drive aisle is inside those columns.
inside the columns.
Okay.
And then there's a
Okay.
landscape barrier between
Yeah.
that and the property that's
Right.
just on the opposite side of that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
The
Yes,
only.
Mr. Hernandez.
One question.
Yeah.
because we're talking about the tenant storage areas.
Yeah.
I noticed on your second floor plan, you have tenant storage notes as 1, 2, 3, and 5, whereas it's unit 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the plan. Is that
I'm
that
sure that's,
intentional, or is that-
that's not intentional. It's definitely a typo.
Okay.
There's 4 units, and there's 4 storage units.
Okay, because then on the third floor plan, you have tenant storage 4, 6, and 7. So presumably that 4 should be 5, and that fourth
Well,
storage area
there's a
would be on the
unique situation
second
here.
floor.
And again, this is just how the owner decides to apportion the actual storage units to the residential units.
Okay.
But there's one unit in the building that is a duplex. So one may opt to have it on the upper level or the lower level. I'm just assuming that he would make that determination,
Okay,
you know, upon leasing the spaces.
okay. And there's also a common tenant storage area?
That is correct.
Can you elaborate, kind of
Baby strollers, things like that.
be open to anybody?
He's
who-
benevolent.
Okay. Okay.
Benevolent, or it's required by the ordinance?
Pardon?
Is it benevolence, or is it
No, no, no,
required
no,
by
no,
the
But
ordinance?
I mean, he has a pretty large, I think, tenant common storage. It is required, yes.
The common storages?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
But the size is much larger than it needs to be,
Okay.
yeah. Okay, with regard to this, I can go back to my plans. So this is a floor plan of the third floor, and these are the storage units that are located here. And the difference here is we turned the den into a bedroom because of the rearrangement of the stair. It actually gave us a better flow and an opportunity to increase the size of this unit. So we took the additional 150 square feet and we placed it into the apartment, and therein lies enough space to provide a third bedroom in that particular unit. Pretty much everything else stays the same. The balconies are each 65.9 square feet, except for the two on units 1 and 5, which are the Park Street facing ones, and those are 100 square feet.
So you added a bedroom, is what you're saying, to that one unit?
We added one bedroom to that unit, and we reduced the size of the rest of the retail space on the ground floor.
Okay.
And we added the refuse room into the ground floor, so it kind of plays with the numbers a little bit now. It changed things a little bit.
And I assume your engineer will discuss how that may change the
Absolutely
parking
correct.
calculations?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, and then with respect to all of the other things that we talked about, particularly regarding fire safety and separation of the parking area from the apartments above, we've worked out with our structural engineer, and the owner has agreed to have a concrete slab separating those two areas, which was not part of the design previously. So now we've increased the ability to shield the apartments from the unlikely but possible event of a battery fire in the parking area. So wanted to make sure that I pointed that out.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get that. What did you do in order to reduce the possibility of fires from the parking area, the battery?
Yeah,
jet?
we didn't do anything to reduce the possibility. What we did is separate the spaces with a greater, let's just say, a more secure or stringent means of construction to separate the two spaces. So instead of having non-concrete slab, we now have a concrete slab separating the first floor and the parking area, which was not a part of the design before.
The second floor. from the
Second
parking-
floor, that is
from the
correct,
parking.
separating the first floor and the second floor.
And so it is a slab?
It is a concrete slab.
Concrete, how thick, how deep, how will that concrete slab be?
Unfortunately, I cannot tell you that. I don't understand the thickness of the slab at this time. That's something that my engineer has worked on. I can certainly provide that information later.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so aside from these revisions, the overall footprint of the building and the project remain the same and pretty much unchanged from the last presentation. And to the best of my knowledge, I don't think that we've introduced anything that's substantially new or different to the overall design of the building.
Okay, Greg, can you go back on the PowerPoint to the first page of your revised plans, which show the ground floor, or the first floor with the parking? There, okay. So, in the area where the trash enclosure formerly was on the prior plan, you're now showing that as what, landscaped area?
Yes.
Okay, which increases the amount, or decreases the impervious coverage a little bit.
Correct.
Further, okay. Okay, and then also, when you look at that sheet, if you recall at the last meeting, you weren't certain as to the width of the columns in the parking area. Have you since verified
Yes.
the size of those columns?
Yes.
With the structural engineer?
Yes.
Okay,
And
and,
they're 14 inches wide and can range up to 2 feet in length, but that would be parallel to the parking instead, as opposed to perpendicular, which I believe was part of the problem that the town engineer saw in the drawings.
right, and the revised plan that's shown up there takes into account, reflects the 14-inch width of the columns, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and there's been a slight adjustment in the width of the parking spaces as a result of the columns?
Yes.
Okay, and I know the site engineer will discuss the parking layout
Correct.
in more detail.
Mhm.
But I just wanted to confirm that you had satisfied yourself with regard to the required width of the columns in the parking area. Okay. One other thing I think that was addressed at the last meeting, I think there was a request by the board to perhaps see some of the samples of the brick that you were proposing for the building exterior.
Yes.
Did you attempt to obtain samples?
I did attempt, but have not received.
You weren't able to receive them? All
Yeah,
right.
but certainly willing to share that once we.
But you represented, that the color of the brick will be substantially similar to what you showed in the rendering at the last meeting. That was part of the PowerPoint?
I think that the rendering actually shows it being extremely red, actually. And, okay, that's a good printout of it, yes.
I'm
Of the printout.
referring to the last
Yes.
page of the PowerPoint
Yes.
that was
Yes,
discussed at the last meeting.
that is correct,
So it's going to be similar,
very much so.
okay. Unfortunately, you don't have a sample
Yeah,
to show.
unfortunately, no.
But, okay. That's all I have for Mr. Switzer.
Questions from the board? Mr. Ian Wally?
I have 4 sheets of paper that I'd like to hand out. This is all
Is your microphone on?
This is all public information. There's 2 pieces of paper from zoning and then 2 of publicly available information. And I think it's important if I pass them around to the board and whoever wants them, because I'll just be citing from them, as opposed to doing that. Is that permissible?
We'll have to mark it.
We'll mark
Okay.
them board
Yes.
exhibits.
So maybe once it gets around to Ms. Talley,
Yeah.
she can decide how best to mark it. And you have copies for the applicant as well?
Yeah, there'll be plenty coming around that way. It'll pop out.
These appear to be, are these the same thing? Mr. Ian Wally, this is just one.
There's, yeah, just take a pack of, there's 4 sheets in each, yeah.
One
just take
pack, okay.
I've got a couple extra here in case. So these are just questions I had. this stuff might be minor or not, but the first sheet is from the NC commercial zone. It's a zoning code. So 34790A3 says, any curb cut for access lanes to parking shall not interrupt the street frontage of the building. In this case, it does. So my question is, how are we to interpret that? So the curb cut is directly in front of the building and does interrupt the street frontage.
I think the intent
Thank you.
the intent of that requirement was that it not be in, the access not be in the middle of the building. When we say street frontage of the building.
The curb cut is directly, it interrupts the frontage
It's
of
on
the
the
building.
side. It's actually on the side of the building, not in the middle. So I think any curb cut for access lanes to parking shall not interrupt the street frontage of the building. I believe when we talked about this, the idea was that it would be not in the middle of the building, it would be on the side. So yes, it is underneath the building, not to the side of the building, but it's not in the middle.
So it doesn't interrupt the facade of the building? Regardless of it being in the middle or not, I don't think that's,
I just recall
I'm just,
Was that about a specific
what's the
building that
intent,
had
Janice?
a
Right.
storefront on either side and there was a driveway in the middle?
I
recall that was on.
I recall that the
Orange.
issues being with
Yeah.
expressed by the board were when the driveway
Was it
went through the
Orange Street?
middle of the
No.
building.
I don't think it was orange, it was Elm? I think it might have been Elm.
There's a building on Elm Street, there's a building like that on Walnut Street as well, where it was an issue. And I believe the intent was to get it to be on the side of the building, not straight in the middle.
I recall that discussion too, Tony. I believe it was two storefronts on either side, and they wanted to make sure that it was an uninterrupted facade if you had a
So
driveway. Yeah.
it probably could be wordsmithed better,
okay,
but as I recall, that was the intent.
okay. Okay, so then, 34795C2, so this one is a little bit stronger in my view. The side yard on the side, not the northern side is supposed to be 8 feet because it abuts a residential property. The south side has to be either 0 or 6. And the applicant is indicating that he basically has a 0 setback. On the drawing, it's 0.3 feet, but it's only a very small portion. Most of the setback that's on that side, it's not dimensioned, but I think it's about 3 feet. And I know why it's either 0 or 6, because in many of these buildings in neighborhood commercial, they abut each other. So you're allowed 0 setback, but it has to be fireproof with no windows and so forth. And if you can't do 0, you have to do 6. So I also want to point out and point it out to the relevance of that additional space that might be necessary, because when you look at the letter that came from the Montclair Fire Department, item 6, it says, the proposed setback along the southern property line presents a mutual exposure concern between this building and the adjacent structure. In the event of a fire in either building, radiant heat transfer and limited separation could accelerate exterior flame spread and restrict firefighter positioning for hose and ladder operations. While a rated exterior wall and protected openings may satisfy code minimums, it is recommended that the applicant evaluate whether a modest increase in setback or enhanced fire-resistive construction could better mitigate those risks. Number 7 says the south elevation is proposed at or near the property line for a 29-foot length. And that's the limited section. The 200 feet is about 3 feet. Limited setbacks resist ground ladder placement and exterior hose operations. The Fire Prevention Bureau recommends maintaining a minimum operable corridor for ground ladder on all sides of the structure. The lack of setback along the south property also limits protection to the adjacent building should either structure experience fire involvement. So I think the basic premise here is that the setback has to be 0 or 6, and this is neither. It's 0 for one column, but the vast majority of that doesn't comply with 0 or 6. And there's no variance that's being sought for that.
We weren't cited for any, but I'm not saying it's not required, but this is the first we're hearing of it. So,
I think that's because the definition of setback is measured at the closest point to the property line, not that it has to be a continuous setback of 0 feet. That was the mindset when you do side yard setbacks. The side yard setback is 0, even if it's only at one point, not the entire.
Well, I would
Extent-
argue that the purpose of having a setback at 0 or 6 feet is because they're both safe.
Right.
How you interpret that, I think, should be with respect to the intent of what was written, and the intent is for safety. And having a little portion of the building be 0 does nothing to make it safer, which is the reason why that part of the code is created.
Well, that's not how it's measured. In that case, it would have to be a continuous setback. When you measure setback, it's from the closest point of the building to the property line. And there's nothing that says that it has to be continuous. Unless you're saying that the way this is worded.
But Tony makes an interesting point, right? I mean, that's an aesthetic, right? And Tony's talking about safety, so I think that's,
No, I'm talking,
yeah.
But the setback also has reasons other than safety, right? Like health, safety, and welfare includes things like access to light and air. And so the weight on safety may in one direction fall on holding that 0 standard for the whole time, whereas on the access to light and air standard, it falls the other direction where that less than 6 feet but greater than 0 is providing that light and air access that is otherwise desirable in zoning. And so it's not solely a safety standard, right? A safety standard plays a role and is also considered in the building code. It's also other portions of what we account for in health, safety, and welfare.
So I think another reason why it's 0 or 6 is that if the property to the south were to build a continuous facade, they would be permitted to build a continuous facade at 0 property line. So with those little columns that stick out, you'd have these little spaces of maybe a foot or so that you'd have to wiggle around to get back through that alleyway. And also the windows there would be enough light and air for the windows on this side of the building because they'd be very, very close to that. So that's why, that supports, in these neighborhood commercial districts, you always have to wonder about what's going to happen to the building next door. I have to construct my facade. Now, if I built the facade 6 feet back, and if they had a 0 lot line building on their side, there's still 6 feet of space that creates the light and air and safety for an alleyway.
I think we're talking a building code versus a zoning code.
Well, the zoning code said it has to be either 0 or 6.
And it's 0.
Well, it doesn't, I mean, I look at the majority of that setback, other than a very small point, is in the middle.
But you
It's
measure
not-
it at the closest, my issue is you measure it at the closest point. We've never measured setbacks from anything other than the closest point, because it's usually not a straight line. On any
But
building.
you also, when you measure it in an area that says the setback has to be a minimum of this, then you'd say, okay, what's the closest point to that property line? It's appropriate to measure it at the closest point. But when you have code which says it's 0 or 6 and nothing in between, measuring in that way doesn't do justice to the
But
way
it's
this is written.
Minimum side yard setback. It's not the side yard setback.
Well, this doesn't have a minimum. It has an either or.
All right.
It's either 0 or 6 or greater.
I will just say that so that no one else is ashamed, I don't really follow this bit at all. So what is the sentence?
I think
mean?
boiling it down, it's, your setback either has to be 0 or 6 or greater. So that's it.
But it's not really 0.
Well, there, on the site
Right.
plan, there was one column at 0, another one is 0.3.
I mean, this is what it says, a minimum side yard of 8 feet is required where adjoining a residence. No side yard is required otherwise, except that where provided such side yard should have a minimum width of 6 feet.
So where there's a side yard, this has a side yard, the minimum width has to be 6 feet.
Or 0.
Or 0.
Well, where there's a side yard.
It says
I
no
think-
side yard is required otherwise, except that where provided, such side yard shall have a minimum width of 6 feet. So it's 0 where the building adjoins for that one stretch. I guess my interpretation, it can be 0, and then everywhere else has to be 6 feet. Now, does it meet that 6 feet every place else?
No, I don't
Okay.
think so.
She's saying
Well,
beyond the front of the building? 6 feet?
Oh, the third sheet, if you look at the third sheet, there's a picture of it.
Is that what she's?
You'll see, in the very small, portion of the big gray area is the setback, it's not measured. And those little boxes next to the column that stick out.
Tony, is your mic on?
So I think what this is it's, like you said, it's either 0 or 6, and it can be both on one, because the building is not in a straight line. So the section that's adjoining the property line, it could be 0, but everything else has to be a minimum of 6 feet according to this. So I do think that's a new variance.
Okay.
Okay.
Predicated on.
Oh, and then the other thing, I don't think this was done intentionally, but the last sheet has the facades of the different buildings on Park Street, and the building that's in question, it's probably a mistake, but it seems like it could be a little disingenuous. If that's where the 0 setback is, the spaces on both sides of the building that's in question look about to be the same distance from the property line. So it doesn't really accurately represent, if the building supposedly has a 0 setback, it looks like there's equal space between the
What
property
drawing are
lines.
you referring to, Tom?
The last page?
L102. I think it's L102.
Okay.
Or if you also wanted to use western Park Street elevations in this PowerPoint was up but isn't up right now.
And by the way, I'm marking this B1.
B1,
With, yeah,
Tony's handout
with
is
Tony's
B1.
handout.
Yeah, unfortunately, the exhibit you're referring to, it was only to show the proportion and scale of the buildings compared to the others on the street face. So it's a representation of heights.
Was not meant to show.
Not meant, because if you go and measure the property widths and surveys, and we put the actual widths of each of these lots on this, you'll see that it varies tremendously.
Well, you did put property lines on it, so
Yeah,
I
we
thought
just-
if you're going through the trouble of putting the property lines on, they would be accurate, but it's not.
No,
it just-
I
just
think it
looks
should
that
be
way.
accurate. I mean, this is the visual representation of the streetscape, and what I'm hearing is that it's not accurate to property lines, to site property widths. I mean, I agree with Mr. Ian Wally, this should be as factual as it can be.
Agreed.
We can revise that
These are-
to just show the
Well, we don't
appropriate
have
setback.
the-
It's really just the setbacks that aren't really.
I don't think we have a survey for these properties.
Mr. Ian Wally, did you have anything else as part of this? No? Mr. Neese?
Yeah, just, Ms. Talley, you think that there is a separate variance predicated on 347-95C2 that Mr. Ian Wally brought to the attention of the board?
I do, I don't see it. I'm trying to look for it. Trying to look for the dimension.
Oh, if you're on the site plan SP-3, sheet
Yeah.
3 of 9,
From the engineering.
from the
drawings.
engineer. And it's, I think it's consistent with what Mr. Ian Wally provided in his packet.
1.5?
There's, I see the dimension of 0.3 feet, and I see the other dimension of 1.5 feet.
Right.
So I think the 0.3 feet is where the, that one section where the driveway is. But
Correct.
the other ones where the external columns, it's 1.3 feet. I don't think any of it's 6 feet.
And it
Or
would
what
be
is it,
helpful.
8 feet? What is
Yeah,
it?
it'd be helpful to understand what the dimension is between the property line and the wall, not the column.
Yeah. Right.
Do
and
you think
so-
it's 4 feet, Mr. Hernandez?
Yeah, I believe it's 4 feet because the dimension of the column was noted to be 2 feet, 6 inches
Okay,
in prior testimony, I believe.
so 2.5 plus
So
1.5?
2.5 plus the 1.5.
Okay,
It's about 4 feet, 4 inches.
4 feet.
4 feet, 4 inches. Okay, thank you.
So it's 1 feet, 1 foot 8 inches short. So that's another deviation.
Okay.
What is, was there another one?
No, it's the, you're not meeting the 6-foot side
The
yard
side
setback.
yard.
Right.
Okay. I was distracted, I thought I might have missed it.
Like you accept that, yeah?
It's just a side yard setback.
And I assume your notice was for any and all variances that may come
Yeah,
up?
we
Okay.
have the, always have the catch-all.
I would imagine you did, but wanted to ask.
Yep. Why we have it.
Not everybody does it, but most do. Other questions from the board?
It's a quick one. How did you calculate the seepage pit that was added after the DRC?
That's going to be
For the
our site
engineer.
engineer testify next. He can provide information regarding that, Counselor.
Mr. Switzer, do you need a minute before I ask the public?
No.
No, if you have to confer over something, I'd rather
No,
have
no,
you
no,
take
no,
your
no,
time.
no. No, we're
We're
good.
still looking at the side yard,
Yeah.
but we're past that now.
Okay. Any members of the public wish to ask this witness any questions, please come on up to the lectern. Make sure the green light's on and give us your name and address and ask questions about Mr. Switzer's testimony tonight.
Push. There we go. Hi, my name is Claire Ciliata. I was here the last time, 279 Park Street, up the block. I have two questions. One about just what happened just now. You get an evaluation from the fire department, and somehow it seems not to have any effect on anything that you're talking about. So I'm trying to understand why you would ask the fire department to evaluate this, but then kind of dismiss what they're saying about what they need for ultimate safety. That's my first question.
But we didn't have any discussion about that.
Well, it was presented. I mean, you read the report.
Correct.
So I'm just trying to understand how that just kind of disappeared in everything that we're talking about. So that's one. The second question I have is to go back to the parking spaces, if I may ask. Because again, at the last meeting, I wrote down that there were 20 parking spaces reduced to 18. Tonight, you're telling me that there's 18 parking spaces reduced to 16. 3 of those parking spaces are EV, and I still didn't get an answer last time as to whether I could park there and not use the EV. Whether it's, because if you go into town, where all the EVs are, it says no parking except using the EV. So if there's 3 parking spaces reduced from 16, now we're talking 13 parking spaces, and that doesn't seem to leave much for the public in terms of use. So there's that question. And then the other question
Well,
I
hang
have.
on, let's take one question at a
Okay.
time. I
Can
don't
I
know, Mr.
respond to
Tremblay,
that
do you want to
one?
respond to that?
This parking area is not intended to be open to the public. It's intended for people who live in the building or people who are utilizing or going to the restaurant or work
Well,
at the
wait
restaurant.
a minute.
It's not
If
a
they're
public
using
parking area.
it to go to the restaurant,
Right.
how do you know that? How would I know that if I were going to eat there? Because, you know, the Westerly, as I said the last time, has public spaces, but there's no sign that says that there are public spaces available, and most of the time, they're used by the people who work at that restaurant.
That lot, and I'm familiar with that because that was my client, my application, that's not a public parking lot. That is, again, intended for the use of the occupants of the building, including the deli and the residents. It's not open to the public.
Okay. So that's my question then, is that you're not accommodating the Uber drivers, the pickups for the restaurant, you're not accommodating them at all.
It's a
if
question,
those-
right?
If those parking place, I'm trying to understand the parking.
I
Because
understand.
even if I were a resident,
Mhm.
you're talking 2 parking spaces per apartment? Is that what you're talking?
Well, so I think the engineer is going to be the primary witness to discuss parking, and he has not come up yet.
Okay.
I see him in the audience. I suspect that's how Mr. Tremblay is going to proceed, so if you would, maybe we'll wait and hear what the engineer has to say.
Okay.
And if it's still unclear, please come back up and ask the questions, because I want to make sure you get your answers.
Okay.
I don't think Mr. Switzer, even though he did say the word parking, I don't think he's really testified to the details around it and how it's going to work. And I can tell you from looking at the engineer's site plans, there's a lot more details about parking. There's signage for residents. There's a few other things that I think he is the right person who will, frankly, tell us as the board what's going on as well.
Okay, and I have one last question, because I know there is a master town plan, which I actually took the time to read. And I'm trying to understand that was 10 years ago, right, or 7 years ago that master plan came out? And there's a new one coming, I think, in 3 years. You already
There's
started
not.
to work on it?
There's
Pardon?
not, there's no new master plan.
You don't do it every 10 years?
No,
We
that's
re-
called.
we
a mas-
re-examine.
We
You
will do a master
re-examine.
plan,
Right, but we don't
re-examine.
rewrite it.
It's not,
Okay.
it's just an examination of our current planning documents and land development ordinances.
Okay, so my thought was, with all of this, it feels like everything gets very rushed.
If you can put it into a question
Okay,
for
my
this witness,
okay,
that would be
so
helpful.
My question is, would you still do this if you couldn't have the mixed use, if you could only have an apartment house? Would this be acceptable to you and the owner if you did not have a mixed use, if you only had another apartment added to that?
I defer to Ms. Talley, but I don't think that would be permitted under the zoning. Don't we need to have mixed use with commercial on the first floor?
Really? Oh, my God.
I think that
Whose
was
idea
your-
was that?
The
That I
NC's
can't answer for you,
woo,
but I believe
okay.
that was, I believe what Mr. Tremblay just said was consistent with what he, well, not testified, but what he discussed at the last hearing. Ms. Talley may have some more information.
No, it's true. We
Okay.
don't permit apartment buildings in the NC zone. We only permit mixed-use buildings.
Well, shut my mouth. Okay, I
Okay.
learned something tonight. Thank you very much. More questions later.
Okay, sounds good, thank you. Well, we have to make sure you're on the mic so it gets recorded.
I don't know if this is the right time, but I'm just so anxious. My name's Donna Pickett. I live directly across from 260. I have hundreds of pictures in the area that I'd like to submit for everyone. This is my all-star picture of Friday of the traffic here. It's a garbage truck and Thumans.
Can I have your name?
And,
I think I
this-
missed,
I'm going to get to the question.
I just missed your name.
Donna Pickett.
And your address?
Pickett. Here's a truck in front of the building in the wrong direction. and that's today at 2 o'clock. Here's an 18-wheeler. Wait a minute. I'm talking about your mixed use and asking the question.
Well, I just want to know when the question is.
Yeah.
Because this is the time for
I'm coming up to the.
You're going to have the opportunity
Right.
later to put in whatever.
Well, I'm building up to the question.
Okay.
Okay?
But
I want
I
to
think
build
if
up
it's-
to this question.
If it's more photos of
Here's an
trucks and
18-wheeler parked right in front of my house. I counted the wheels. And you can see the 18-wheeler. I'm working up to the question.
Well, please get to the question. I think we understand your point, is that there's a lot of trucks.
And you need to,
I
you
need
need
my
to,
time.
you need
I
to
need
show
my
it to the
time.
witness if
Well,
you're going to ask him a
we also
question
need to
about
hear
the
from
photo.
everybody else and more witnesses. So I understand your
I just need
point.
like, give me like 60 more seconds, 60 more seconds.
But what's the question?
I'm going to submit all of these.
You will.
Different trucks.
We will mark those. We'll have to keep those if you're going to submit them.
Are you going to have Uber Eats? Because here's the Uber
Okay,
drivers.
there's
Are you
a
gonna have
question.
That's the question.
There's a question. Well, hold on. You asked a question. Let's let Mr. Schweitzer answer if he can answer.
Are you going to have Uber
Unfortunately,
Eats?
I'm not the operator of the restaurant, and I cannot
Well,
answer
we
that
need
question.
to have that answered because here's the constant illegal parking across from 260 and in front of my house that I can't get out of my driveway, and neither can my neighbor. So that question has to be answered.
So maybe that is something Mr. Tremblay, one of your witnesses, can
There's
answer.
more pictures.
Well,
I'm not
how
sure.
how will you accommodate, if you, so
Like
we'll
every-
have
like everyone
food delivery
else does.
services, how will you accommodate them?
I mean,
This town cannot allow it. You can't allow it. You can't, I mean, it's, look at my, submit these for the record. You need to look at these pictures. I can do about 1,000 more of these pictures. I'm right there in the heart. I'm working, looking out my front window. I see trucks.
I understand
We
that.
have signs here, no parking. They ignore it. You cannot have delivery. You cannot have mixed use. Whoever came up with that rule law, it's stupid.
That may be, but this isn't the time, this isn't the time for comments.
It's
I'm sorry,
stupid.
Ms. Pickett, this
So
isn't the time for
you need to answer the
comments.
question about the Uber Eats.
He said
I
this
assume there
answer
will
cannot,
probably
or
be
this,
Uber
excuse me,
Eats if
witness
there's
cannot.
gonna be a
Well,
food
then
service
that's a
there.
big mistake, and this town, you can't say no. You need to look at all
This
of
isn't the
I need
time for
you to
comments.
Take this, because this is just a fraction of what I have on my phone. You
I'm
cannot
sure.
say yes to mixed
This
use.
is that, you have to make that during the comment portion. You can make that comment, absolutely, and I encourage you to come back up and do that.
And who can I give these to?
We're gonna mark them, give them to Ms.
You
Tally.
need to mark them, and I strongly oppose mixed use.
We'll mark them as,
Because I assume you oppose this. one, I'll just mark them as one.
mark them as one exhibit,
Oh,
yes.
one.
I think that makes sense. And
How many pages there are.
You need to change the law, the rule. You can't let this
That's
happen.
not for us to do.
I know, but I'm getting it out. You need to.
But this
I
isn't the
live-
time, Ms. Pickett, I'm trying to tell you and everybody, this is not the time for comments. This is the
Well,
time for
but
questions.
When I made the comment, is it on record?
Your point is important, so I want you to be able to say it at the right time.
Okay, but is it
That's-
on record now?
Well, it's been recorded,
Okay, good. But I'll say it again.
but please come back
Yeah,
up
and
at the
by question-
proper time.
I will. And I can come back another night and I will bring
19.
50 more pictures, 100 more pictures.
When we get to that point for comments about this application, positive or negative, please do come back up and make that
Well, you
point.
need to rethink the law, and that's my
Well,
question.
that's not this board.
But the question is, are you going to have Uber Eats? And the answer should be no.
Well, this
And the answer should be no
this
mixed
witness
use.
could not, this witness could
We
not
can't-
answer it, and mixed
Okay.
use that's what the zone allows.
Mixed use allows for
Well, we talked about
No,
traffic.
but that was the question, right? And so we
Yeah.
haven't heard from the engineer. We don't know if he's going to testify about
Well,
traffic
we
or
don't need a
anything like
traffic
that.
engineer. I'm the traffic engineer because
Well,
Okay.
you
unfortunately,
don't need it. You don't need it. I'm there. I live there. I'm in
I-
the heart of it.
we've heard it. I got it. I
All right.
understand. Are there any other members of the public? Sure, yes, who have questions?
Yeah, brother.
Diane Moore, Wine Gas 268 Park.
Two questions. To the board, is there something in the zoning and planning rules or requirements that say you have to check impact other than the building itself, the structure, how environment, all the rest of that? Is there something that directs you to check impact in the area, or that's not, is that part of the planning zoning, or it doesn't affect at all? So you could, as long as it fits and it fits the zoning use, you can just plop it in there.
What kind of impact are you talking about?
Impact to quality of life, the environment around you. As the obvious thing is that nobody can get out of their driveways. The obvious is obvious, but.
I think that's part of the
And there's-
entire hearing process, is to discuss the impact of the project with the applicant. So that's the whole purpose.
That
of-
is part of
Well-
what
That's
you
why we're
look
here.
at.
Well, but the
I mean?
impact has to be judged by the zoning standards. I mean, you can't override the zoning standards,
That's right.
which allow for a mixed use, allow for a three-story building, allow for a certain density, and say, even though that's all permitted, we think it's too much for this area, or it's too crowded or too congested. That's a zoning decision.
But what we
So-
can do, but let's do.
That is a zoning?
No, no,
that
let
might-
me
that is
explain.
a zoning?
That's the zoning issue.
Okay, fine.
But this is also a site plan application, and as we go through the site plan process, we do work with the applicants to modify the site plan to address these issues. That may be relocating driveways, shifting driveways, adding trees.
I have another quick question.
We do what we can, but they are allowed to build what's permitted under the zoning.
So, well, that's another.
Well, and also, you cannot change the zoning for an application that's currently before the board. Because it's illegal to do so.
It's the municipal, but
So
we're not
the
taking
state of New Jersey does not allow
questions
us
from
to
the
do
audience.
that.
When a plan is proposed, does anyone how many people from the board go to the actual location? How many times do you go? What do you look for when someone does put a plan before you?
I mean, it's up to each board member of how often, how much they want to go do, but again, this is supposed to be questions for the
Oh, I thought I
applicant.
could ask the board now
No,
also.
Questions of the witness.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
just questions to the
Could you
witness.
please, when you're discussing any of this, could you show on the screen what you're talking about, like the setbacks? Can you show the setbacks that you were speaking of earlier? Just put it up there so that the public can see what you mean by 0 or 6.
Sure.
I don't believe we have a actual site plan with dimensions on it, though.
Maybe, maybe the
next
engineer,
witness is
maybe
going
the
to talk
engineer
about
can
the site
address
plan.
that in his presentation.
Well, it is, so the engineer, is the engineer coming up next? Is that who you're going to?
Eventually, yes.
Okay, so
I know.
somebody's going to.
Yes.
And
Okay,
and it's on the
thank you.
engineer's plans that have the dimensions, so I'm hoping the engineer will speak to that.
And you also have someone to speak to traffic, you have traffic analysis and.
We have a traffic engineer who's going to discuss parking.
Okay, thank you.
Not traffic.
Not traffic?
Not traffic.
You have no
No.
traffic analysis for that? No.
We have a traffic engineer, okay? But this is a permitted use in this area. We do not
Alan,
have to
hold on,
demonstrate, we
please.
do not have to provide traffic analysis
You don't have to
for
show,
a use that's permitted. That's the law.
so in other words, forgetting about the parking for the moment,
Mm-hmm.
bringing additional traffic to that area, trying to bring in additional traffic to that area, you have nothing that will show what that will do to that particular location? I'm not going to make comments now, I'm asking.
I appreciate that.
Well,
Thank you.
let me try to respond, and I'll also defer to the board's counsel on this issue. We can provide some information about how much traffic might be generated by this use. However, whether the volume of traffic that's generated for a use that's permitted in the zoning, and this use is permitted under the zoning, the volume of traffic is irrelevant. The board cannot deny the application because there's too much traffic, because that's a zoning determination that's been made by the governing body in allowing this use at this area. in this location.
So if I understand you correctly, because it says it's mixed use, it doesn't matter what you bring to the area as far as traffic? It doesn't matter?
As long as the uses that we're proposing are permitted. And what we're proposing is 7 apartments and 900 square feet of commercial space.
You want to
That's
bring a
permitted.
pizza business to this location. This is what, I mean,
Ma'am,
right, we don't need to
I
go
don't
into
really
comments
wanna
because that's a
argue with you.
high-impact
Thank you.
business in this location. So you don't need to bring anything? Do you have a traffic engineer here tonight?
We have a traffic engineer.
Very good,
okay?
thank you.
But we're not, I'm just making it clear, off-site traffic conditions are irrelevant to this application. They're not legally relevant.
I'd like to know one more question here to the, may I ask of the board a question?
Maybe.
How many people from the board come to Watchung Plaza, have been to where the location is that this is proposed to be?
We all live in town.
You all come to the plaza?
We all live in town.
Great,
I
so
went-
you
I
all
went
know.
this- I went today twice and got out of my car and looked.
Thank
But-
you.
Yeah.
And I really, and we'll talk about this later.
Thank you.
But what the chair says is important, that doesn't mean we can break the law. That doesn't mean we get to ride over what the law says.
I
But we can-
understand,
but
that's a,
we'll try to be
rezoning,
empathetic.
changing things is a different issue, I get that.
Let me just address, you can stay if you'd like, but I just want to address this issue because I had a feeling it was going to come up at some point. The issue about whether the impact upon traffic conditions is a relevant consideration for this board. And the answer to that is clearly no. And I'm just going to read a section of the Cox and Koenig handbook that we all rely upon. And I'm reading from page 334 of the current edition of that handbook, which says as follows, quote, "Note, however, that a planning board has no authority to deny a site plan because of its anticipated detrimental impact on off-track traffic conditions."
What is the page?
Let me finish, ma'am. Planning for traffic patterns is an exercise of the zoning power vested in the governing body. The planning board may go no further than to condition approval on, 1, improvements to on-track entrances and exits, something that Janice alluded to earlier, and 2, contributions to off-track improvements that might be made necessary by the development. That's the law.
You said it started with however. What is the context before that, however?
I didn't bring the entire book,
Oh, I thought it
ma'am.
was on the
I
page
have
before
2
that.
I have 2 reported cases, if you'd like to read them, that
I would
are
like to read them.
quoted in
I would
here.
like to read them.
But
Because
this is
hearing
the
something that's
law.
out of the context of the whole thing, so I just wondered what came before that, but I'll be happy to read
I
that.
didn't bring my entire book with me, but I could pull it up on my
Thank you.
phone if you wanted to read. You have it, I'm sure, right.
Would you like to read it, Mr. Neese?
What would you like read specifically?
I think the member of the public wanted, what's the paragraph before that,
It
so.
started with however. What was before that?
That's how it reads.
It just starts however in the
It
middle?
starts, "Note, however, that a planning board has no authority to deny a site plan because of its anticipated detrimental impact on off-track traffic conditions.
What does that mean?
Planning for
off-track?
traffic patterns is an exercise of the zoning power vested in the governing body. The planning board may go no further than to condition approval on, 1, improvements to on-track entrances and exits, and 2, contributions to off-track improvements made necessary by the on-track development."
Okay, but does that mean what you just said, that they have to provide, besides the in and out, they have to provide something that will alleviate the problem that it creates?
No.
Didn't you just read that in the second part of that?
No, what that means is they can, if an improvement is needed for the area, they can pay their fair share, but it would have to be a proportion of the cost of the improvement that would be generated.
So for the let's say you needed a police officer at the plaza finally, because you had to have one.
No, not even
That mean
No.
that would be
Not
borne
even
by
that.
the,
No, we're talking about
No.
like if you need a new light. We just got a new light.
You need a railing on the side of the road or something.
But-
Infrastructure.
yeah, but if something became so untenable that you couldn't
But
drive there,
They only pay a portion of it that's based on the
their
additional.
ownership
The
piece.
additional traffic from their
Okay.
use compared to the overall traffic in the area. So it's the pro rata.
Okay.
It's all pro
So,
rata.
so wait a minute. So
You can't put
then the
entire
question is,
burden on them.
obviously, this is a different question, but the question is if you had to change, if you wanted to change zoning for any number of reasons, that goes to a different board?
That goes to the
Goes to the
council.
governing
That goes to
body,
the
yes,
council? Thank
And let
you.
me also explain that when the applicant filed the application, the law, the ordinances that existed at that point in time control how the board reacts to the application.
Right, I understand
So we
that. That
can't
makes
change the
sense. That
zoning
makes, I mean, I
for
understand
this.
that. Okay, that's it. As I said, the other thing is different. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Victor Weingast, 268 Park Street. I think I have a question for the architect. My understanding is there's a maximum height allowed for the site. It's 33 or 37 feet. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know which it is?
Oh, it's 36 feet,
And as the plan is presented, what height does it go to?
35 feet.
Okay. Does that include the HVA system on the roof?
It does not,
So,
which is 80
It's a-
feet away from the street face.
well, there's my question. In your rendering that we saw in the last meeting, the rendering clearly showed that what appeared to me to be the HVAC unit. So if it's visible, shouldn't it count to the overall height?
I don't think the rendering illustrated an air conditioning unit.
Do you have the rendering?
And those are, Mr. Weingad, those are exempt from the height requirements, HVAC equipment.
So that could be right up to the front,
Well,
above the
that's-
height requirement?
No, that's why they require to show on the plans where it's located, and it's usually in the center of the building and not in the front, but it is exempt from the height requirements.
Okay.
So they try and position it so that you can't see it from the street.
So it will, you're saying in all likelihood, it won't look like it did in the rendering?
Well,
I don't understand what you're.
Well, if you put up the rendering, I think it'll be obvious.
Are you talking about, unfortunately, her thing is there, but you're talking about the elevator thing here?
No, I'm talking about.
This
what
is
I
the
believe are
rendering.
The HVAC units on top of the building.
That's the rendering.
Sorry?
This is the rendering.
Sir, if you could speak into the microphone sir? If you could speak into the microphone,
I'm
thank
sorry,
you.
I thought there was a drawing showing the elevation from the front.
Are you talking about the elevations?
And an elevation, it was
Okay.
rendering, not an architectural drawing.
This is just for.
This isn't the one I'm referring to.
I'm sorry, sir, what's your
Yeah,
name again,
just-
please?
There was a rendering.
Mr.
Weingast. There was an
Mr.
artistic
Weingast?
rendering
Yes.
from the building from roughly across the street.
So, this is, just for clarification purposes, this is a rendering, which is a colored rendition of what the building would look
Once
like.
again, that's not the-
So maybe the termination, the
He's talking about the
terminology
elevation,
Okay.
Mr. Schweitzer.
Okay,
Talk about the elevation.
If it's the,
You had it up there.
there, yes.
yeah, but it was from the front of the building.
There's
an
another
elevation
So
from
you,
the front of the
let's
building?
see your east elevation.
There. Yes.
Okay, so, well, this shows what I am referring to. You're saying those won't be visible?
No, they're
In this
close to
way.
80 feet away from the street face.
Okay, thank you.
So you're confident that those air conditioning, the mechanical units on the rooftop are not going to be visible from Park Street?
It should not be, yes, that is
Because they're
correct.
80 feet back from the face
They're
of the
pretty far
building.
back. Yeah, the red brick portion that you see here, the renderings, just to give you. Just to give you an indication, the corner of the building here, from here to here is approximately 60 feet. And what you're talking about is beyond this peak here, which is from the elevator. So in all likelihood, you would not see it.
And just to confirm, those units are screened, correct?
That is correct.
I think this gentleman in the front row was next, right?
George Holland, and I live at 276 Park Street, just up the street, I think 7 houses up. 2 questions. To follow up to the HVAC. You say you're not factoring in the HVAC in terms to add to the height. What about the elevator shaft?
That's exempt as well.
Is that exempt as well? And second question, how many bedrooms are we talking about? We say 7 units. Is it 7 2-bedrooms, 7 3-bed? I mean, do we have in the site plan, does it say the total number of bedrooms?
Yes.
Mr. Switzer has that information.
You're directing that to the architect, right?
Yes.
Because these are
Whoever wants
questions
to
for him.
answer.
Well, it's supposed to be questions for the architect.
It's just a question.
Okay. Well,
Yes,
we
there's a
have the
myriad
bedroom
of
counts.
apartments. Just bear with me here, and I'll pull up the actual counts for you. This right here. Bear with me. Okay, there's 2 floors containing dwelling units. The second floor, which is the first floor containing the apartments, has a total of 3.5 units. The first unit is a 2-bedroom with a den, 2-bath at approximately 1,390 square feet. The second unit is a 2-bedroom with a den, 2 bathrooms at 1,270 square feet. And the fourth unit is a 3-bedroom with a den, 3 baths, at approximately 1,390 square feet.
So that's 2 floors.
Right. The third floor has a duplex unit, which connects to unit 4 from the second floor, and it's bedrooms only on that floor. Unit 5 is a 2-bedroom, actually, we just changed it to a 3-bedroom, a den, 2-bath, and that's approximately 1,500 square feet. And in Unit 6, it's a 2-bedroom with a den, 2 baths, 1,200 square feet. That's an affordable unit. And Unit 7 has 3 bedrooms with 2 baths, and it's approximately 1,425 square feet.
So what's the total number of bedrooms for the whole building?
3, 5,
16?
16.
Okay. And the last question, I understand the whole issue with the traffic, and you can't add to the traffic. I think the point my neighbor was trying to make was with the 18-wheelers and so on.
But is this a question?
Yeah,
for this
well, there's a
witness?
question. When the point about the 18-wheelers was about delivery trucks. It's not, we're not talking about, those trucks aren't trucks just passing by. Those are trucks
So
parked.
what's the question
The
to this
question
witness?
is there any requirement to take that into consideration?
With respect to the architectural project that we're undertaking? No.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Just about this Diane Moore, wine guest. The setbacks that you were talking about before that were 0 or 6 feet, that's on the north side of the building or the south side of the building?
It's on the south side of the building.
So that would be abutting 258 Park is what that,
Which is correct, yes.
so does that mean, can I just point to the map? Does that mean, can you go back?
You need to show.
Miss, you need to use the microphone if you're going to speak.
The rendering.
So you mean over here?
Correct.
Going to be, so you don't, there's no, the requirement is you don't have to have any setback there at all the way back.
That is an option, yes.
That's an option. So so how many, if 0 feet, that means you're on the property line?
Pretty
Of
much.
258?
Pretty much, yes.
Well, it's
Well,
kind of
yeah,
pretty much into yes.
Are
Yes.
you exactly on the property line, or is there some distance away? I think
No,
is what-
we're, at that point, we start at 0.
Okay.
And then the building kind of just steps back a little bit with our pillars that are on the side, but we can certainly increase the size of the pillars and take it back to 0. I mean.
Well, no, just, let's answer,
I mean,
let's answer,
technically.
please answer her
Yeah.
question first.
Yeah.
So,
Not what you could do, just,
no,
Yeah.
but so the answer, so my question is, are you on the property line? You're abutting the property line of 258, is that right? That would be
At the front of the
yes.
building, yes.
And do you know how many feet is, well, there's another building there. We don't know how many feet is between this building and 258 Park?
I do not have an accurate dimension of how close that adjacent property is to its property line.
Do you
So I
know how
can't-
close you are between these two buildings? And also, do you know over here, do you know how, so do you know how many feet is between the building and this property line?
so it'd be the north side of the building?
On the north, what?
Yeah, are you referring to the north side of the building?
Yes.
Okay. It's close to I would say that's close to the. No. It's 8 feet.
It's 8 feet from the building to
That
the
is correct.
to the property
That is-
line?
That is correct. We have a pathway that is 3 feet 5.
And that's
then
going to go
from
back?
that, 4 feet 5.
Is that going to go all the way back, that sidewalk?
That goes back up to where the building entrance is and sets, but yes,
Is the, wait, is the?
Yes, it does.
Where's the
It
building
does.
entrance?
it does. Right there where your finger, just north.
Over here?
You-
Over
the buil-
here.
hold on
So
just
the
a-
building entrance will
building
be on the
entrance is-
north side of the
building
building?
entrance is here, yes. Right here,
You mean the,
on the screen.
I could clarify this. It's 8
So
feet
you
where you
mean-
see the brick. The
do you
parking
mean that
extends
the
further
entrance
over.
of?
That is correct.
Put that red light back where the entrance of the building is, please? So that's where people who live there are going to go in the building?
Yes.
Question mark? Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Gerald Fierst, 259 Park Street. Just because of the previous discussion, I am totally confused looking at this rendering, which, although it is not in the middle of the building, is certainly not on the side of the building. So my question is, where is it? Where is the cut that was being discussed? Is it on the side of the building, or is it what I'm looking at? Where the car's going in, but that is not the side of the building. As I understood the discussion, you said it was intended so that it wouldn't go through the middle of the building, but that's pretty much going into the middle of the building. So my question is that the side of the building? The side of the building is beside the building. You can interpret the law.
Other questions from the public? Yes?
Hey, my name is Carl Nagy. I live at 109 Buckingham Road in Montclair.
I
won't
missed,
fill-
I missed your last name.
Carl Nagy.
Okay.
Yep. I live pretty close to this, and I won't filibuster you here, but do you know how many affordable units it is? Is it one?
There is one unit, a two-bedroom unit.
Two
plus
bedroom.
With a den and 2 baths, yes.
Okay. And how many people could live in that unit? Is it 3 or 4?
What did you say? It was a 2-bedroom unit?
That is
It can be 4.
4. Okay. So we could have 4 people that are in need of housing live in this building, in that case, in the
Yes.
affordable unit. Okay. Thank you.
Other questions from the public? I see none. Mr. Trembulack.
Mr. Chair, can I request a short break before we put on our engineer? I just wanted to have a brief discussion about the additional variance that was identified before I put him on.
Sure.
Do it now.
Still expect to have him on tonight, or will you expect to continue?
I was hoping to put him on, but I mean, I don't
I was
know.
hoping too, but, you know, it depends on how long of a break you need.
No more than 5 minutes.
Okay. We'll take a 5-minute break.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Tremblak, we're still waiting to go live back on TV. Nope, we're live. Ms. Talley?
Yeah, I'm recording.
Great, we're back on the record. Mr. Tremblak.
Okay, my next witness is Paul Anderson.
And you even stand up. That's great. Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you please state your full name and business affiliation for the record?
Paul W. Anderson, A-N-D-E-R-S-O-N. I own Anderson Consulting Service. We are a consulting, civil engineering, and planning firm out of Boonton.
Well, I know you've testified before this board in the past, but I don't think it's been, I think it's been a while, to my recollection. Yeah, just briefly run through your educational background and your professional skills.
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from Park St University, 1983. Licensed as a professional engineer in 1988. Licensed as a professional planner 17 years ago by examination. My testimony this evening is for engineering. I've been, my New Jersey and New York licenses are both currently in good standing. And I testify in front of boards such as this, including this one, in the past.
You've been accepted before this board in the past.
I have.
Professional engineer.
Mhm.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'll offer Mr. Anderson as an expert in the field of civil engineering.
We'll accept him.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
All right,
Mr.
Paul, you
Chairman.
prepared the site plan for this project, correct?
I did.
And similar to the architectural plans, you also, prepared revisions to your original site plan following the November board meeting, correct?
I did.
And the revised plans were marked earlier as an exhibit.
A16.
And they're dated November 19th, 2025. Okay. Why don't you review the basics of the site plan for the board?
So I have on an easel to my right a plan that was submitted. So we can mark it as an exhibit, but I believe it's part of the set that's marked A16.
If it's part of A16, we don't need to mark it. There's no changes to it.
There's no changes to this one. There's a couple others that I will have as
Okay.
exhibits that have not been seen.
We'll mark. Oh,
When I get to those, I'll point out that they're new. Okay. All right, so this is the site plan and is part of the set. And as we all know, it's 260 Park Street, and it's a .28 acre property in the neighborhood commercial zone. And we have this mixed-use building with 7 apartments over a restaurant. The site is proposed to be accessed by an 18-foot driveway on Park Street. It's almost exactly where the existing driveway to the site is. It's just a little bit wider. I believe the existing is 12 feet wide, and this is 18. We have 16 spaces underneath the building. And we have, as part of that 16, we have 1 ADA space, which is van accessible. We have an access pathway to the lobby for the residential here. And that pathway goes all the way to the front, where it's accessible all the way to the restaurant use in the front. We meet all the grade and requirements with regard to the pathway and the width requirements. So this is an acceptable ADA pathway from the accessible space. And we also have now 2 EV spaces. We had 3 before. We have made it 2. There was some concern, as mentioned by the fire chief, to have EV under the building. We're obligated to have 1 next to the ADA space, which has to be close to the building. So we have 1 there, and we put the second one in the back. We've straddled 2 spaces, so if someone has an EV car, they can park in either one of the last 2 spaces. And the same thing with where it is with the ADA space. It's split between the 2. So there's potential for 4 spaces that can charge cars. We have other parking. We have bike parking in the front. In addition to the bike parking that was talked about inside the building, we have some racks in front of the restaurant. We have spaces 3 through 9, which are the ones here where I'm going over here. They're going to be signed as residential parking only. So that gives 1 space for each resident all the time. The other spaces, 1 and 2, and plus these other spaces here, 10 through 16, are going to be open to commercial parking. They're not dedicated to commercial parking. It's basically free to either residents or commercial. The EV spaces are not going to be designated as only EV spaces. You can park in there if it's, whether you're EV or not. So it's going to be very flexible in terms of who can park where. And so that's how we have the parking laid out. Now, we do have some deficiency in space size. At the last meeting, there was some issues with column width and column locations that compromised the width of the parking spaces. The columns have been reduced in number and in width. And so now we are able to take these spaces in the back here, 3 through 12, and we have 8.7 feet wide, 7.5 feet wide, and 8.85 feet wide for a few of them. There's a minor deviation from the 9 feet, which is the standard in the ordinance. Spaces 1 and 2 remain as before as compact spaces. They are 8 by 17, and we have added to the plans a sign that indicates that they are for compact cars only. The aisle width that we're coming in behind the parking spaces is 23.5 feet. There is one area where it pinches down to 19 feet right by the where the stairwell comes down, but that does not impact the ability for cars to back out of the spaces. And I'll put up my first exhibit, which is not part of the set.
A19. What are we looking at? What sheet number is that?
So this is,
What's the number?
Mr. Anderson, if you need the handheld, you can use the handheld. Oh, it's right on the projector here, right next to the projector? Nope. Where the computer is? You may need to turn it on. There you go.
yeah, so this is SPA1, which is sweep path analysis that I did for this application. It just basically shows that cars come in and come out and turn into these spaces easily and then back out in one movement and leave the site. It also shows access to the compact car spaces here and shows that they can do a K-turn and also leave the site very smoothly.
Can you mark that A19? Or oh, you did already, okay.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, it's FDA1?
Mr. Neese, is your microphone on?
SPA-1.
Well,
And the date is today's date, 12/1/25.
thank you.
In terms of delivery, the applicant has testified that it's a small shop. He believes it's going to be family run because his family is in that business. And that his vehicles that they're going to have deliveries with are smaller in nature, and most of the time being passenger car vans or small trucks. And so there's two ways that we can take deliveries for that. They can either pull in to the side of the building and park on the entrance lane. Cars could pass on the other side, other half of the driveway during those brief periods of time. Or if it is truly just a van or a truck, not a large truck, a passenger truck, they can pull into one of these commercial spaces and just park and deliver and then just back out and leave normally. So when you have larger trucks, they can pull in, but they can't really go under the building. They would have to pull in and then back out. All right.
Is it 10 feet,
It's over 10 feet.
the height?
Yes, I forget the exact height of the doorway, but it's well over 10 feet. And as mentioned, the dumpster.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Just a question, and you may have it already, just want to make sure it comes up. I believe prior testimony indicated that the garbage truck collection would require the truck to pull into the driveway. Do we have movements of those as well, illustrating the
We didn't-
garbage truck accessing the site and exiting?
Well, I believe the testimony was that it could be done a number of different ways. They could pull into the site and actually access the back of the site with a small garbage truck, a smaller, reduced size, but they also discussed bringing cans out to the street, or that the,
Go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt.
yeah, or that the garbage company would be sending personnel back to the back to collect it and walk it all the way forward, in which case there was a concern that they're going to be waiting there a long time when they walk 200 feet. Now it's in the back of the building, it's in the back part here, and it could be either brought out by building personnel or by the garbage company, but they wouldn't have to go underneath if they didn't want to.
Okay, so this time there's no plan for garbage trucks to pull into the site at all? Okay.
No, I just confirmed that with my client, because I think he testified to that at the last hearing,
right.
that the cans would be brought out to the street. There'd be no need for a garbage vehicle to enter in the building or below the building into the parking area. That
And,
Who would,
and,
oh, sorry.
and it should be twice a week? 'Cause
twice
it-
a week, or, or if it turns out to be, more, it'll be as many times as necessary, but it's anticipated to be twice a week. If it turns out there's more volume than expected, then they would come.
I guess that's one of the things we asked for, is a trash management plan.
Right.
So,
Yeah, and I think Mr. DeSanti's testimony, if I remember, was that, he anticipates it would be, picked up twice a week, like most properties in town, but that if it turned out that there was more trash than expected, needed more frequent pickups, it would be as many times as necessary. Is that correct? Yes. Okay.
But we didn't determine who would be moving the trash to the street, management company or garbage company, garbage pickup, private company would be
Right.
doing it?
Yes.
yeah, you don't want people to put all those cans out the night before and have them sit there. That's that's why we asked for a trash management plan. And if it's going to be, the garbage company comes at 7 in the morning, whatever, they will pull the cans out.
That's correct.
Okay.
And that includes the resident trash as well as the commercial as well?
Yes.
So the anticipation is that the truck will park on Park Street and send its people in, and then they will bring the garbage out to the truck on Park Street?
Yes. But now it won't be from the back, it'll be from the back of the building, which is at this location here.
Yeah, no, I get that, but would it be possible to have the truck pull up onto before the building, in the space between the parking lot and the building?
Yes.
And park there temporarily so as to avoid problems with traffic on the street?
They certainly can. They can pull any size truck into that first part of the building. With larger trucks, I didn't want them to go in the building because it would be multiple K-turns before they get out.
Right.
The height is not an issue with regard to getting under the building. It's a matter of turning around and getting back out.
Right.
So we have recommended that they bring them to the street would be the easiest, and if not, they can certainly pull into the driveway like the other deliveries I discussed, and then back out.
And in that case, it would have to be a smaller garbage truck.
Correct. And if it is one of the really small ones, they could actually pull in and turn around and do a K-turn. But if it's a regular sized garbage truck, it's a little bit too big.
I think it would be good to have this in writing.
Yeah.
So that when as we move forward, we have something that discusses, because I think we've heard about the issues with this area, about the traffic.
I have heard.
And obviously, you don't want to completely block this driveway, but if your trash management plan is to have a certain size truck that can fit in the driveway, and that it will, pull into the driveway and collect the trash from the in-building trash management area at that time, rather than leaving it out on the street.
Yeah, I think it's important to be able to pull into that driveway. I've experienced firsthand driving down Park while the full municipal garbage truck has been coming on the opposite side of the street towards me. And one, it's a little intimidating, and two, it's difficult to navigate, especially with cars parked on the street. So I think if we can have that in writing, a plan where the truck pulls into the driveway, that would be ideal.
All right. We will have the applicant and the trash removal company he plans on using prepare that plan.
Thank you.
So, all right, so So we have, as mentioned, we removed that dumpster pad, and that, the other impact of that is to reduce the impervious coverage on site. And now we are 91 square feet over what is there existing, so with this redevelopment plan. I'm going to change exhibits.
Okay.
This is part of the set. This is the grading and utility plan that was part of the set and part of A16. So with the 91 square feet, it does not qualify or does not require any stormwater management, whether a minor project or a major project. There was some sensitivity expressed with regard to stormwater concerns in this area at the last hearing. So we decided to add a dry well in the front of the site, which is here. So instead of just going and discharging to the stormwater system in Park Street, it'll first go through a dry well, absorb into the ground. Now, Mr. D'Amato, you asked how it was sized. So I made a presumption that we exceeded the impervious coverage by 500 square feet. And then I sized it in accordance with the standard Montclair sizing requirements for something that's 500 feet over, knowing that we're only 91, but we're 500. So that gave us, I believe it was 1,700 and change in terms of gallons of storage prior to any discharge out to the street. And hopefully some of that will absorb back into the ground and you know, just recharge the aquifer. So that's how we came up with the size.
And sorry, where is it located? Under the lawn?
Pardon me?
Where is it located?
It's located under the driveway, and just a portion of it's under the lawn. So there's a open manhole grate, and we have a trench drain that goes across the driveway, picks up all the water that comes out, and then it runs back to the dry well. And then the dry well overflows to the street.
And the property slopes from rear to front, as I recall, yes?
Yes, it does. It does. So everything comes from the roof leaders in the back of the site and comes down this southern gutter line. It's picked up in inlets. All the roof leaders are directly piped to that drainage system, and so it collects the stormwater very effectively. In terms of its impact on adjoiners, which is one of the things that is very important here in Montclair, right now the water just goes straight through. I mean, there's nothing stopping it from draining from north to south and going into the neighbor. We would be intercepting that flow both by roof drains and this curb line with inlets, and then directing it to Park Street. So it has a positive impact of keeping water from, that might be an increase in volume from going to the neighbor to the south. You will actually get a reduction. And obviously, with a building like this, we have all new water systems, both a fire and a domestic line for the sprinkler, for the fire sprinkler, and we have new sewer connection and gas connection and so forth, all coming out to the street. And the street will be restored in accordance with the town standards. What else did I miss here? The other aspect, just sort of jump back quickly, is when you finally remove the dumpster here, it gives a more adequate space for snow removal. Most of the snow removal with this building is going to be on the roof. The building actually comes all the way back to about this portion here, and cuts across and takes up most of that space. So most of the snow that falls on this building it will stay on the roof and then come down through the roof leaders. It will not need to be shoveled. There is a small gap in front of these parking spaces, and there's a gap on the other side too, and a gap in the rear that will have to be maintained. They can be shoveled either to the landscape area on this side, or if it's a major storm, it could be pushed and stored in the back. There's some landscaping there, but I think in heavy snowstorms, landscaping in all of our yards get buried with a little bit of snow, and the architect will have to check cultivars and stuff that he's selecting, make sure it's hardy enough to take a beating with snow and salt.
Mr. Anderson, who's doing that snow shoveling? I've heard tell so far of building personnel, and that's not been
Yeah. clarified
clarified at all. And I've heard tell of people, you know, obviously trash pickup companies or what have you.
Yeah.
Who's doing that snow removal?
Well,
That'll
yeah, I
probably
don't
a
know that I
question
know
for
the answer to that myself.
you.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Mr. DeSanti is going to be doing it himself.
Mr.
The owner of the
DeSanti doesn't
property.
live, are you moving into the building, Mr. DeSanti?
Like I do all my properties. You know, I have a plow, I have my guys and take care of.
Should we?
Yeah, we should,
Swear
we
him
should
in.
probably
We
get
should swear
Mr.
Mr.
DeSanti on a
He's
microphone.
previously sworn, but,
He's previously sworn, but we just want to make sure he
Well,
understands
nobody
he's
can
still
hear
under
him.
oath and
Yeah.
yeah.
that we do get his comments on the
Okay.
record. You can take a handheld, you can come up to the lectern, your choice.
Just identify yourself again, Gino, for the record.
Yeah, okay. Eugenio DeSanti. I'm the owner of 260 Park Street.
And Mr. Neese?
Mr. Neese? Yeah, I
You need to
do.
make sure he
Still on
understands
oath.
he's still sworn.
Yeah, you were
Still on.
sworn in at the last hearing,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
You recognize you remain under oath, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So pretty much I have my own property management company. So with all the properties I have, I manage everything.
But-
So
but-
taking care of the snow, that's something that we typically do.
Yeah, but I don't think you live, I think you live in Passaic County, I think.
Yes. Yes,
So-
I live in Totowa.
If there's a major snowstorm, how do you get from Passaic County down to this property?
Oh, I have all the vehicles necessary to get here without
So you
an
have
issue.
a crew?
Correct.
I see.
Yes.
Not you behind the wheel of the truck?
Oh, it's me.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Okay.
So you manage multiple properties yourself? You would do snow removal for multiple
Yes.
sites?
Yes.
So that there are other locations that you have in Montclair as well?
Yes.
correct? And then are there others outside of Montclair that would require your attention as well?
The only other place is in Bloomfield, right on Franklin Street, is my other property that I have, right next to the police station. So I'm local. When there's a snowstorm, I'm in Montclair the entire day, night, whatever's necessary.
So it sounds like you are the snow removal plan, is what it is.
You're looking at them, yes. If I had a garbage truck, I'd be the garbage remover as well.
All right, anything else for him while he's here? Okay.
I don't see
All right.
anything.
Let me continue.
Yep.
This is the lighting plan that's part of the set. So after the last hearing, we went back and we revised the lighting plan for this application. And we're able to get better cutoffs at the property line. We're now under 0.3 foot candles all the way around the entire perimeter of the site. There's another element of the lighting ordinance that requires a maximum of 2 foot candles at any one point, but because they're mounted to the ceiling of the garage and they're relatively low to the ground, I got some hot spots that exceed that. But the important thing that I see is that we have seriously cut off all the light that projects onto the neighboring properties. And that leaves one more thing, which will be, I guess.
If we could stay on lighting for just a second, you have some low light spots as well as your hot spots. You've got, at least from what I can tell on the plans, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm seeing along the walkway a 0.0 and a 0.2 foot candles.
Oh, you're right, I do have a 0.2 and so I have a hot spot here because I got the building mounted one at 8 feet.
Right.
And then it just doesn't have a lot of spread. But I do have some low spots here, and I could probably add a couple more there, but it's just going to increase that 9 number, which I'm trying to stay away from.
What about something that's a little bit more smaller along the walkway rather than building mounted.
Like a bollard light?
Yeah, like a bollard light, because I mean, you don't need a lot of intensity there, as you know. You just need something that A, meets our code, and B, helps people be able to see.
Right.
So, looking at maybe bollard lights there. I also note in the very front of the driveway, there's some lower lights there, 0.2,
Right.
a 0.1. I think that's a safety issue. There's some 0.3s in the driveway that I think you can also handle. And then if you go back to those compact spaces, they're at 0.1, 0.3, 0.2. That's another area that maybe a couple of bollard lights right in there would be sufficient. It's trying to take into account if there's cars there, you may need, well-positioned bollard lights to help, but I think you can overcome that, but I would like you to address that.
All right, I will look at those several locations and see what I can do to improve it.
Thank you.
I have a question before you leave lighting. I'm a little confused. Mr. Hernandez's report suggests at page 6 of 7 that several of the foot candles proposed along the southern property line exceed the threshold. So were you looking at an earlier version when you prepared this report?
Yeah,
or
that
this
was
one?
that was from an earlier version of the plan. This plan, as he's presenting, currently has addressed that issue regarding the southerly property line. However,
But this, is this exhibit you have on the easel, is that a different version of? That's why I'm confused.
No, we submitted the
It's on.
plans only like a week ago.
Right.
So, I mean, it's been a very short turnaround.
yeah, that was
So-
that was an
so he
omission on
may
my
have
part
missed
as far
that
as
part of it.
that specific issue, based on the most recent revised plans.
So you're satisfied that this plan shows that there's no issue with the lighting around the perimeter?
The spillage
This-
onto the adjacent property.
Right.
correct. However, the issue does remain regarding, as the chairman noted, the minimums and maximums within the property.
Right.
Which, I believe the maximum, that's waivers required there.
Right.
Based on what
Yeah, the
you're
waivers
indicating.
still is
However, you
required. It's
indicated-
just we've addressed the one that impacts the adjoining properties.
Yeah, but you indicated that the minimums, you would address those
We're-
with some additional
We'll
spotlighting.
see how far we can get with it.
Yeah, I'm going to assume you're coming back.
We'll do better.
You're coming back for another night, so hopefully you can have it resolved next time you come back.
I think so.
And just so we're clear, I mean, what you're saying is that, I'm looking at point 7.3 of your
7.3,
report has
right.
been addressed.
That-
7.2 is still needs to be addressed. Right. Okay.
Correct, yes.
This exhibit will be A20.
Okay, and what is it, what is A20?
A20 is an alternate plan. There was some mention about land banking, or banking
Yeah.
parking spaces. So this is a simple plan. It's very, very similar to the other plan. It just basically curtails the two spaces in the back, the two compact spaces. Leaves a small area for turnaround. And then, but this would obviously save some impervious coverage, add some more land in the back. That was talked about by some board members and included, I believe, in Ms. Talley's report.
Right.
That's something the committee was talking about. And, but this is what it would be. It would reduce the impervious coverage by another couple hundred feet. It would obviously provide 2 less parking spaces. And so that is, if the board decides to go in that direction, this is pretty much what it would look like.
What is the maximum impervious coverage for the site under that plan?
The impervious coverage with this plan is 9,610.
That's the number, but do you know just the percentage of the site, the impervious coverage percentage?
No, I don't know that offhand. It's, we're,
Okay.
I know the requirement is 98, 93, which is 80%.
Okay.
So this is probably closer to 70. You know,
It's closer to- I didn't hear you.
It's probably in the low 70s, percentage-wise.
Oh, okay.
With the elimination of the 2 spaces, that's what you're saying?
With the elimination of the 2
Right,
spaces.
right.
With this alternate plan.
May I request that when you return, because obviously we're going to come back to this, but
Yes.
if you could bring
The
some...
percentages?
The percentages, the actual percentage, as well as the, that exhibit. So that-
I will.
That exhibit will have to stay
Well, I think that
with
exhibit's
me.
going to stay here.
Oh,
Has to
right,
stay
right,
with me,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yes, if you could just bring back a revised version that has the percentage, I guess that would be fine.
Absolutely.
And have additional copies. I'd like to get a copy
Right.
of it.
I was going to say, having electronic versions of that and perhaps even some hard copies for certain folks, that would be helpful.
Are you calling me a Luddite?
No, you're not the only person that has hard copy plans up here. It's not just you, there's several people in this board that like hard copies. There's several of us who like the electronic version, so just want to make sure everybody's accommodated here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I do have a question as well.
I'd be happy to do that. That concludes my testimony for this evening.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez.
Unless Alan has some other questions.
Well, Mr. Hernandez
which he
has a
does.
question for you, I think perhaps related to those items.
Plenty of questions.
Just somewhat related to this alternate plan, parking plan. Would it be possible to adjust the parking in this version to provide the minimum 9 feet width?
You do pick up a couple extra full 9-foot width spaces when you do this,
Okay.
but you're adding, a quarter of a foot. But it's not much, but it makes it compliant in width.
Right, right. And you're
Yeah.
more than covered from a drainage
Yes,
aspect.
we are.
If you,
We are.
Sounds like a win to me, you know.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. More than covered for what?
by the drainage, if you have to expand slightly the overall length of that parking lane.
So I just wanted to say that the addition of the seepage pit of the dry well is great, and that was brought up, and we talked about that. But I did the calculation, and so if the floor area is about 5,500 square feet, which is what I think it is gross, that would be draining out, that gives you, that 1,700 gallons is about a half an inch of rain. That's what it translates into. So
Okay.
it's pretty good, but it doesn't, we'll get an inch an hour here. So, I mean, this is a high priority in that part of town, is, detaining water, and like any more that can be done there would be better, considering that you are at 80% of the lot, and you're not going to be able to detain water on the ground, probably.
Yeah, we're compliant in coverage. We're not looking for any relief in lot coverage. But, we're happy to provide some mitigation to it. We could, so it will, I think this is 500 square feet over maybe it was arbitrary. I selected it. Certainly wasn't designing it as a major stormwater project, which would probably address all of the problems, but that's not required by ordinance.
Couple of follow-up questions. You've seen Mr. Hernandez's latest updated report dated November 30th, 2025.
I have.
You reviewed that?
I have.
Can you confirm that the applicant can and will comply with all of his comments and recommendations in the report?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, thank you. The only exception I would note to that, for the record, is while we're dealing with that issue, I know we're not determining conditions at this time, but the only exception we would make is there's a requirement for videoing, it's getting late, the sewer line, and if it turns out the sewer line is damaged and needs to be replaced, Mr. Hernandez is suggesting that we should bear the entire cost of replacing that line, and I don't think that's fair or appropriate, since we wouldn't be the only one utilizing that line. I mean, we should contribute to that proportionately with any other property owners that utilize the same line. That would be the only comment in his entire report that we would take issue with. We're happy to video it, but if the lines needs to be replaced, it doesn't just serve our property, and we shouldn't bear the entire cost of replacing infrastructure. Just making that comment since we were talking about his report. So let me go on and finish up by asking a couple of questions relating to the subject of the evening, setbacks. Can you just confirm the setback on the northerly side of the property?
I can. The setback on the northerly side is 8 feet.
Okay, and that complies with the ordinance requirement, correct?
It does.
Okay. Now, in your zoning chart,
So, the first floor of the building, this is just a nuance, I'm not sure if it's meaningful or not. The zoning does say that parking areas have 4 feet, buildings are 8 feet. So the building is 8 feet, but the building starts on the second floor. The first level parking sort of feels like a garage in a way. I mean, I know it's just not, you think of driveways and parking to be parking lots out there. Do you feel that what is under the building is not necessarily a garage, but just a parking area? That's the way it would need to be defined if it would comport with the ordinance. If it's a garage, it should be 8 feet.
I believe it's a parking area. It's not enclosed with walls. It is not air conditioned. It's not an underground, garage that requires those mechanical things. So in my opinion, it is a parking area, and it does have a 4-foot setback.
Other than a curb around, I think there's a curb around the parking, there's no other structures around that parking, that it's completely open?
That's correct. There's a fence on the adjoining property to the north.
Well, other than the columns, I guess, there's some columns in there, but they're at 8 feet. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
and then going to the other side of the property, the southerly side, when you prepared the zoning chart, you indicated that in your view, the side yard that was proposed was 0.3 feet, correct?
That's correct.
And what did you base that on?
We inserted the building as provided by the architect into the survey, and the closest portion of that to the property line on the south side is 0.3 feet.
Okay.
4 inches,
Okay.
roughly.
And in your experience, and you indicated you're a professional planner as well, and when your experience, when you determine side yard setbacks, is it normal that you would utilize the point of the building that's closest to the side yard?
What I've always seen is it's always measured to the closest point to the property line.
Have you ever seen it measured any differently than that?
I have not.
Determining the side yard setback? Okay.
Well, there's a nuance here. In the context,
Make sure your microphone's on the screen,
in the
Wally.
context of the setback on the south side being either 0 or 6, how does 0.3 feet, it's not 0, it's not 6? And then how does the majority of the building setback, which we think is about 3 feet, how does that meet the definition of it? I understand if it's a straight setback, just one number that's given, you take the closest, because you're looking for that minimum. But where it's an either or, how many sites have you worked that have that condition?
I've had, I don't really know how many, there's been quite a few where I've had zero, the same thing you're saying, 0 or 6 or 0 or 4. But I've never seen it interpreted this way before. If this is the way Montclair interprets their ordinance, then we'll have to comply. But
On those properties where you've had a portion of the building be at 0, or, whatever the definition is, you've had others approved with a similar zoning code where the majority of the building is somewhere between the 0 and the 6, or the 0 and whatever. You've gotten those approved in other municipalities?
We have, without relief. One of the requirements that they would have, though, is building code would require that you'd have the various fire rating for the wall that was less than 6 feet. So, I mean, you'd have to have that safety element that you were talking about before, would have to be included. So they wouldn't get past building to, without making sure that it was, had the appropriate fireproofing.
And that would include not having balconies and windows?
Architecture question.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Well, on that balconies and windows question, though, that might be a question for you as well, because as we discussed, the property to the south could build right up to the property line as well, right? So does that
Yes.
impact the placement of the windows or placement of the balcony at all, or is that a consideration?
I would think if you're allowed to have 0 setback in the zone, and you can go, and you're at 0.3, and the other guy can build to 0, then balconies would be difficult to have.
But this plan does have them, correct?
Yeah, they're not.
There are no balconies on the south side?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
you've heard it from the architect in the audience.
But there are windows on the south side, correct?
Yeah.
Can you address Mr. Inwali's first point about this setback is not 0 or 6, it's 4 inches? Is there anything to contemplate there? Any reason why it's not up to the property line?
I don't know what you're gaining by getting closer. I think it's.
I'm just curious, because I'm trying to deal with this ordinance, as
Yeah.
you said, so I just want to
We could-
understand why then it's not meeting that requirement.
We could obviously slide it over 3 inches and have 8 feet, 3 inches on the north side and 0 on the south side, but I don't know I don't see the benefit personally in that. But other than just meeting an ordinance requirement.
Okay, thank you.
And maybe that's something Mr. Stimm will address in his testimony when he talks about the variances and relief sought.
Just one point of clarification, that I believe the plan does propose a balcony on the south.
So it does
side of-
propose a balcony on the south?
A balcony is shown on the south side of the building.
Okay.
It also shows for Unit 4's upstairs component that it has a bedroom without any windows.
Yeah, there's no window on bedroom 1.
Is that code?
Yeah, I saw that.
And the entire living dining area of Unit 7 would also have no windows if the neighboring lot were to be built.
Okay.
Something for the architect to take a look at.
I will tell you that I don't go and familiarize myself with the architectural layout of the upper floors. I'm looking at the site elements and how it fits on the site, the setbacks on the site. So you could ask me questions about the bedroom count and the windows, and I really don't have the answer as well as the architect does.
Okay.
Do you have more questions, Mr. Trembulak?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm finished. Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Anderson, can you take us through the parking requirements now that the bedroom count has changed?
Ken? So the restaurant really doesn't change unless the number of seats change. So that remains the same. When you add an extra bedroom, go from 2 to 3, you add 0.1 parking space requirement. So that's the add. When you get the extra space, you get 0.1 extra spaces required.
And is that reflected in this latest plan set?
I don't believe it is.
Okay.
Because I was not aware of the extra bedroom till this evening.
So does that mean you would have 6.4 spaces instead of 6.3 spaces required for those 3 bedrooms?
Yes, you would have 6, yes, correct.
Okay.
And I should address one of the questions that came from the audience before with regard to the 18 versus 16.
Please.
So when you do the parking count with the EV parking credits, Some people like to deduct from the requirement, and other people like to add to the total provided. They end up being the same thing. So you can say that there's 20 spaces required, and you know, and then we get extra credit for 2 more, or you can do it the other way around. You can say that your parking requirement is, you know, like, for example, ours is 20 spaces. The 2 EV
the requirement,
credits, so
the
we have
requirement's
18.
for 20, right?
Yeah, the requirement for this site is 20.
Okay.
Because of the EV credit, actual requirement becomes 18. Okay, so you could look at the other way around, is that we have 20 parking spaces required. We are providing 16 on site, but we get EV credits, so now we're providing 18. I prefer to do it the way you see on the plans, where we're saying we have 16 parking spaces, you know, and that way, because that's the physical, number of physical parking spaces you see on site, as opposed to a credit. I think it's more transparent.
I think that's easier for most folks to understand, so
Yeah.
just if I could recap what you just said, and please
Mhm.
correct me if I'm wrong. You're required to have 20 spaces
Correct.
under the code, but since you have 2 EV spots, that gives you extra credit for those spaces, so technically you only need 18 parking spaces, and you're
Correct.
providing 16 physical parking spaces.
That's correct.
So you're deficient by
And
2.
then we're deficient by 2.
Okay. And that's what you're seeking a variance for
That
here.
is correct.
Is that your only variance that you're now seeking?
Well, depending on the disposition of the side yard setback, yes.
Okay.
But that would be exacerbated if you took away those 2 compact spaces in the rear.
That is correct. If it was felt by the board as more beneficial to have more, you know, to bank parking, we would need, well, actually, you wouldn't, Janice, would you require a variance for it if they're banked?
No, it'd just be an option.
It's
You
just
wouldn't
a-
be a variance, because you could still provide for the 16 spaces. It's just that you would delay the
Delay-
construction of those extra 2 spaces until a time when it's determined that they're needed.
Correct. So it doesn't change, it doesn't intensify the variance because they could be built, that required to be built at any time.
You would put, what, landscaping or something in there in order to bank them?
Yeah.
And then,
exactly.
should the need arise, you could pull that out and just create the spaces?
That's the thought, yes.
And again, we're not proposing that. That was a thought that was suggested by a couple of board members at DRC meeting and I think at the last meeting. So we wanted to show you what that would look like.
Right.
If the board would prefer that we eliminate those spaces and bank them. That's not part of what we're proposing. We're proposing to provide the 16 physical spaces. But certainly happy to bank them if that's the board's desire.
Who makes the determination that those need to be converted to parking spaces if they are banked?
Well, I think the applicant, I mean, look, the applicant's, wants to have happy tenants who have parking. So, I mean, I think the applicant would want to, provide the parking if there's a need for it, as a business person, and as a responsible
I think you could write
landlord.
into it that if the board,
Or if the board
if it's brought to the board's attention or the planning department's attention that
Yeah.
there's a parking problem, we could say that you have to now initiate that.
Sure.
I think that
fine.
would, if we do decide to go down
Yeah.
that route, I think that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how do you delineate the 6 spots for the pizzeria? How do you determine that these are for the pizzeria parking?
There's no dedicated ones for the pizzeria parking. There's only the 7 going to be signed for the units above. The other ones are just free agents, basically. And we've left those, put the residential in the back, so that if people pull into the lot for the pizzeria or bagel shop or whatever it becomes, that they'll see the parking space right there.
Okay. And Mr. Tremblay had stated that it's not open to the public, so how does the public know that they're allowed to park there for the restaurant use?
I don't know, I would imagine the restaurant would have to advertise that they have some on-site parking. I would think that with the parking issues that they're talking about in the neighborhood, that you're not going to go there unless you know that you can park within a block or two.
Is it possible to add a sign on the building, you know, restaurant parking in rear or something to that effect?
Or like a small monument sign, if you will, in the front of the building, just indicating the parking in the rear.
Restaurant parking.
For restaurant
Yeah.
parking, right.
I think it'd
Some-
probably be better on the building than in.
Yeah, well-
Than on the ground, yeah.
Does the addition of that sign call out a variance, sign variance?
Directional sign?
I don't know. Directional signs
Parking
do
sign.
not.
Yeah, it's a directional sign.
Does the applicant want to just, between now and the next time, confirm where such a sign might be located?
Yeah, we'll-
And how it will be?
We'll give that some thought and come back with a specific sign and location.
On the northern side of the parking area, the fence that's screening the parking area, that's the adjoiner's fence?
That's correct.
If they take that down, what's your backup plan?
We haven't really.
We're not taking audience questions at this point. No, we're not, So, what's your plan to address the requirement to screen the parking?
There is some landscaping there as proposed. I'd have to look and see whether it's an effective screen in terms of whether the vegetation is dense enough to do that. We are somewhat reliant on the fence. So maybe we should reconsider the actual landscaping that's put in there or have a back-to-back fence.
I think that would be helpful, at least plan for it, in case that fence does go away or doesn't adequately screen.
Yeah, but that raises the question of how it's triggered.
Is it, if the other fence goes away, then it's no longer an appropriate screen? Yeah, and who makes that decision?
Well, at this point, we can only deal with what we know, which is this.
Is microphone on, Jen?
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, what we would want to ensure is that this fence would be designed so that the way our code requires it is that the attractive side of the fence faces the property, the adjoining property.
Yeah.
So I think there would be a benefit to putting in a fence on this property that would ensure long-term screening of the parking from the neighbors, even if they have their own fence on that property.
Understood.
So,
Other questions from the board? Questions from the public of this witness about his testimony? Whoever wants to be first.
1, 2, 3.
Good luck.
First of all.
Well, let's just make sure we get you on the microphone.
Okay, Claire Ciliata, again. The runoff from
Yes.
the water, I need to understand that better because it floods, that water goes down Park Street.
Oh,
around
Ms.
the-
Ciliata, can you just push the button to make sure the light's on? And if you could just say your name one more time and.
Claire Ciliata.
Thank you.
Or Ciliata, if we were in Italy. Meanwhile, the water runoff, we've been having this problem with the flooding because the rain now is so intense that we get an inch half an hour sometimes. It's crazy. So I'm curious about whether your plan for this includes that level of intensity of the water, 1,700 gallons coming off and being filtered, but then ending up on Park Street. It's going to run right down around the corner, and I'm just kind of curious as to how we're going to handle that, because it's going to, the town hasn't solved that problem, but this would add to that problem. So I'm just kind of curious about that. That's
Okay.
one.
So, yeah, go ahead. So I'll address several points. Number one, we're obligated by ordinance to provide stormwater management when you exceed more than 250 square feet of new impervious coverage. We are not. We're only putting 91 square feet. So in terms
Okay.
of what is coming off the site, it'll look very much like it does today from that particular property. Secondly, we have added stormwater management, and we've connected everything. We have added a dry well, and although it's not what you would get if you turn like a wooded site to a new development, it is something where it actually controls the discharge from the site and then discharges it to the drainage system in the pipe underground in the street, as opposed to dumping it into the gutter.
Good, I got it.
So,
Okay.
and in terms of an added element is that we have a 12-inch wide trench drain across the end of the driveway. So every drop that comes down that driveway is going to get picked up in either one of the inlets before that, or before it goes out across the sidewalk and to the gutter line. It has to drop into that drain and goes back to the dry well and then to the pipe in the street.
Something I like. Wonderful. Second question, the crossing, okay, is there a way that you can engineer in some kind of either, you know, like in New York, when the car comes out, there's the beeping that goes on?
Yes.
Because women walk past there with children all the time.
Yes.
And without some kind of system to alert that a car is coming out, I mean, we can't do anything about the cars turning in, but we could do something to both alert the cars that maybe, I mean, I don't know this stuff, but either to let the car know that someone's about to cross, or to let the women and children know that a car is coming out.
So typically what we do is we add some kind of auditory, you know, some kind of sound thing when something comes out, or a small flashing light so people can see something.
Oh, that'd be great.
And that is what we use on these buildings that are in close proximity to sidewalks.
And this building's going to have that?
It can. It's not in there right now, but we can add that.
Yeah,
It's not a big deal.
that would be great.
My personal preference is the lights that are embedded in the sidewalk that you can see as you walk up towards the driveway. We've had that in several other applications. I don't know if it's
Because
ones that
the
you've
Westerly
designed.
said they were going to do it, and they didn't do it.
They didn't do it?
No, they did not do it. They don't work. Oh, lovely.
Oh,
Okay.
maybe that's something for code enforcement to look at then. Because I, you know, and this is my personal preference, I'd rather have the lights than the warbler, because I just feel like that's got to get really annoying to the neighbors. But
Yeah, that's true.
If you're, as a neighbor, has a preference that, hey, we have the
No,
warbler.
I just want something there that actually works, flashes, does something that catches the eye of a child who's darting
Absolutely.
ahead, you know?
It's a
So-
wonderful point.
So the preference is the sidewalk lights that go on when a car is coming out?
Those are that's my personal preference. I don't know if others in the board have
Bright
an opinion
ones.
one way or the other, but
Yes.
that's my preference.
And the last thing is just that the width of a garbage truck, as I understand it, is usually about between 8 and 10 feet.
That's the good question for him. Is the
Okay?
width of a garbage
The
truck
width of a
about 8 to
garbage
10
truck
feet?
Is usually about 8 to 10 feet, depending on the size of the truck, is that roughly?
Yeah, approximately correct, yes.
Okay, so how wide is your double driveway?
18 feet.
Because it seems to me that when those trucks pull in, they can't pull in too tight on either side. And then when they back out, they're backing out, and I'm not sure what you can do about this, but I'm going to present it to you. They're backing out with a car parked right on either edge and cars across the street. And it's really hard to make a turn out of there, which is why they usually double park. So I'm just throwing that out there.
So the trash management plan, or the waste plan that Janice is talking about, will require us to go over how exactly that is done. Now, what I would recommend to my client is that he goes to a garbage disposal company that has smaller trucks. They have them the size of pickup trucks.
Well, that would be lovely.
And they can get into very much smaller spaces, and that alleviates the concern that you just expressed.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Would it be of
Welcome.
benefit to have the trucks back in and then go out frontward as part of the plan?
That might be an easier way to do. It might be easier to back in to begin with and leave.
Depending
from.
on what time of day they come for pickup.
That's true.
Or if
That's
they're
true.
pickup truck sized, drive in,
And turn around.
K-turn in the parking area, and then, load and drive back out.
Right.
Face
Correct.
face first.
Yes, sir.
Yes, next.
My name is Sean Wang. I'm from 272 Park Street. Just want to clarify with the applicant, in the last hearing, if I'm not mistaken, we were told that there will be public parking available on site. Today we heard something different. Just want to clarify, did I get it wrong from last hearing, or did something change?
Nothing changed. If that was said, it was not meant to be said.
Okay,
The
so-
parking would just be for the building residents and
For
for
restaurant, yeah, understood.
employees or
Okay.
customers of the restaurant.
Got it. From my understanding, maybe this is a question to the board. I know Westerly has public parking for people who.
They don't. They
Not
don't.
anymore. I thought they used to have.
says private parking when you pull in the driveway, so
Okay.
assuming
Okay, anyway, I think, maybe I got it wrong. I thought.
I had a
Westerly had
similar,
public-
I was similarly confused. I thought the same
Yeah.
thing, actually, but
So,
yes.
so they don't, so Westerly don't.
It appears not. So, Mr. Tremblay, can you confirm that the Westerly does not, or do you know that?
It's,
Is it true?
I know the Westerly, when they were approved, it was for parking for their residents and their customers.
So customers of
The Milburn
of the
Deli.
deli?
Yeah.
Yes, or residents, but it's
Even
not
the
for
last hearing, we
public.
said they have public parking, so I guess we were all confused.
I thought I heard the same thing. but,
Yes, exactly.
yeah.
I
Okay.
assume,
It
was
said in error,
Yeah.
well, I
Okay.
assume what they meant is public, the public who is going to that
the-
establishment,
Yeah. I see.
they're welcome to park there. That's what the
Okay.
parking's for. I think it's a
Okay,
it's a
got
nuance. Like, I think what ultimately Mr. Tremblay's saying is you can't park there and then go across the street to another business. They're
Right.
not allowing that. They're allowing
Okay.
people to, any member of the public to park in their parking lot
Okay.
to go to their property's business.
Got it. Thanks for clarifying. My second question for the applicant is that on the variance, since we have the site engineer here, do you have any study or any data to show or prove that 16 parking is enough for the site of this?
Our
this thing?
next witness is
Okay.
traffic engineer and planner is going to address that.
Okay, all right, perfect. Thank you.
Hey, guys. Frank
Good evening.
Rabacki, 398 Upper Mountain Avenue. I have a couple questions about the site and working from the street backwards. Could you explain the reason for the pavers?
In
The
the s-
pavers that are situated in the furnishing strip,
In the
strip
s-
between the street and the sidewalk?
It's basically part of a streetscape design. Those pavers are between tree grates. And, you have a sidewalk, and then, I believe it's the same treatment that they had on.
I understand,
the other
but
one.
that's what I'm confused about, because I'm looking at the rendering, which is not yours, it's the architect's,
Mhm.
but it shows grass. In the furnishing strip, grass on the other side of the sidewalk, which is the township right-of-way, about 5 feet.
Mhm.
And we're in the NC zone. But everything about this design is set back. It's 35, the building's 35 feet from the curb.
Yeah.
So I don't understand, if we're trying to make this look residential, why are we putting in pavers? And then I'll follow up with another question that's part of it that's considered.
Okay.
You have about 38 feet of curb space right now,
Mhm.
which is going to go down to about 25 feet or so
Yeah.
by the time you finish, which means you're losing a parking spot. So you, at best, and assuming you have 3-foot spacers on each side of the aprons for the two properties,
Mhm.
you can't even fit a regulation on-street spot there. I mean, you can fit a car, but it won't be regulation. Regulation, I think, is 22 feet.
So is that the question? So can you?
So my question is, what's the purpose of the pavers? It's not to service parking. It's not to service any typical NC zone thing. It's one thing if you're in front of Watchung Deli and you have the pavers, and where you're going to have a patio dining, a cafe license of some type.
Mhm.
Why would you put pavers here? I mean, I
If
don't
Mr. Anderson
understand how
can
it
answer
fits
that.
into the streetscape.
Well, maybe Mr. Anderson can answer that.
It was adding to the streetscape, and I believe we did the same thing at the Milburn Deli, too.
Okay, but,
So, I mean,
but both properties on either side have grass furnishing strips.
Correct. They'll either get filled in,
Is it-
or we could, you know, if the
No,
board
it's just a
preferred, we
question
could
because
make
it
it
leads
grass.
me to another question.
Yeah.
Is if this is not critical to the design,
It's not.
okay, and you have a problem with garbage access, potential problem with garbage removal, Ubers, would you consider doing a cutout or a recess in place of the pavers, like was suggested for the redevelopment project on Orange Road, where they asked for the ability to make a cutout there in front of, I forgot the name of the property now. It's the one next to between the hotel and the garage. And use that as a loading zone, a 15-minute, a 10-minute pickup strip, a place for the garbage truck to park and not impede traffic, wouldn't have to pull in, wouldn't have to block one of the drive aisles at rush hour when people are leaving the site. Would you consider that?
I don't think that's a good solution in this location.
And why would that be?
There's no other pull-offs along all of Park Street or anywhere in Watchung Plaza that I know of where you can pull off like that and, you know, with a cutout. There's there's a utility pole line there that's
No,
have to be relocated.
you just do a bump out around it.
Yeah, I think it's better served we're talking about smaller vehicles getting into the site, smaller garbage trucks, and I think that's the solution.
Would it help
as
the
opposed
sight
to-
lines of people pulling in and pulling out, that they wouldn't have the parking would in effect, you'd have a wider roadway in effect, and you'd have better sight lines for the people egress and ingress?
I don't think it helps your sight lines in any appreciable way.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You mentioned that you have a dry well. I assume the dry well is on the property, and it's not in the right-of-way in any way?
Correct.
Okay. And then working back to there's a doorway adjacent to the drive aisle coming out of the pizzeria. What's the purpose of that doorway?
I believe it's just a rear entrance to the restaurant itself.
Okay, so it's not an emergency entrance because it's a
Yeah,
inward opening doorway. My concern is that, speaking from your expertise, though, not the architect's, is that on the plans, it shows no curbing there. It shows it's flush with the drive aisle. And it's very short, there's no distance, there's no bollards, there's no nothing. So anybody coming out that doorway is walking directly into the drive aisle versus the westerly, which has a sidewalk. Can you correct that situation? Or what would you suggest to improve that situation?
Well, I don't know that it's as critical as you're making it sound. I mean,
I
the number of,
apologize.
the number of cars going in and out of here is not going to be like walking across Park Street, where somebody's walking out blindly. You would walk out the door, and it's unlikely that somebody's going to be coming, most of the time.
Okay, but we have a Vision Zero type of mentality around here, so we don't even like even one happening. But
Right.
if that, let's say the drive, and I don't want to be argumentative, I'm just looking at it from a use point of view. It's a doorway, it's a service doorway to a restaurant. It's not an emergency exit because it would have to open the other way, right? Correct? Okay. So the expectation to put it there, it was there, put there for a reason. And my concern is with all the conversation about Ubers and pickups and things like that and access to the parking area, that people, customers who are eating at dinner hour, maybe, which is similar to rush hour, You have Uber drivers rushing in to get their pickups and rushing back out. I think there's going to be more people than you're downplaying that are using that doorway, or could use that doorway. And we can't know how it's going to be used. All we can do is design to mitigate that, the potential for it to be misused. So I'm just saying, would you recommend keeping the doorway and just tolerating any conflicts that happen? Or you're saying maybe eliminate the doorway? Or is there something we can do from an engineering standpoint?
There is.
Okay, that's my question.
So if you're concerned about vehicles coming in, my
concern is about pedestrians getting struck.
by vehicles coming in,
Okay.
right? So what you would do is you'd put in a traffic calming measure. You would put a small speed hump or something on both directions so that whoever was coming through in the car would not be going a lot faster. They'd hit that, they get to that speed hump and they'd be going near zero, and it would give more opportunity for somebody to see them as they're coming out the door.
Okay. Sounds reasonable. Just going back to the parking arrangement and the credits,
Mhm.
can somebody who's charging a car use a ADA space?
Yes?
Who's not ADA?
Oh, no?
Okay, so those are dedicated spots. Those are not part of the general mix of parking
The
spots.
charging station is between the ADA space and a regular space.
Right.
So if you have your regular you want to charge your electric vehicle as you're coming to get pizza, you'll just pull into the space that's next to the ADA space and charge your car.
Okay, and you have that same situation further down with the residents,
With
that
the
they
two-
have a
with the two
choice.
yes, correct.
Okay. Now, in past projects, this board has required the building to be pre-wired for future EV stations, with the idea that maybe one day the entire
Mhm.
lot would be serviced by EV cars.
Yeah.
Will you stipulate to pre-wiring the 16 spaces so that at any point they could easily be converted over to EV spaces?
So the law requires that a certain number of spaces are make-ready, and
Okay.
we will comply with that part of the law.
But if you're asking for a variance, maybe
To
we
pre-wire
would go a
all-
little further than just the law and say, okay, we're asking for a variance, so we'll give a little too.
Certainly can put the conduit in the ground and size
Okay.
the electrical system coming into the building for it.
Anything you could do for that day eventually when it comes. That's,
Fire chief will be real happy.
I'm sorry?
The fire chief will be ecstatic about that.
Yeah, I did have a fire question, but I don't know if this is for you or for another person, but again, I look at that rendering and I'm horrified by it. I'm sorry, it's not yours, but it's so incongruent with a neighborhood commercial space.
But there's a question that goes with that.
Yes, but my
Okay.
question is, did you consider the pros and cons of asking for a variance to have the building set back the same distance as the westerly instead of 20 feet?
That was not my consideration.
Okay, so that didn't come into play, that didn't come into impervious, it never came into any of those conversations?
No,
That
we-
what if we moved the building up 10 feet or whatever, 12 feet?
That was decided before I came onto the project.
Okay, and as far as outdoor dining space allocated, that would be something other than you, that's not under your purview?
There's nothing proposed.
No, but I'm just saying, the planning board is going to change the NC ordinance next year, because it's pretty much a travesty. And one of the
But
things.
the planning board doesn't have jurisdiction to do that.
No, but you will change it in the master plan on page 170, that was cited by the testimony by the applicants, that said,
What part of page 170?
it was the fourth paragraph. But what said that there was a problem with the NC zone in the 20-foot setbacks. The planning board has been on record as being concerned about the 20-foot setback in the NC zones. It's inconsistent with what is there. You end up places like Bellevue Avenue. So I'm getting into commentary, sorry. But it is inconsistent with the master plan, even though the master plan is inconsistent with the ordinance. You're going with the ordinance and ignoring the master plan. Does that pretty much sum it up?
So we have to. It's what we're required.
But you could use the master plan as a basis for
proof for the variance. Yeah.
Okay. The other thing is, as far as setbacks, since we're on to the subject, I'm unclear. The setback requirement, because this is the last lot in the NC zone, the only adjoining building that matters is 258, as far as changing this, what the setback shall be. Is that correct?
I'm not sure exactly.
Let me rephrase.
Yeah.
In pretty much every other zone that we have, certainly the residentials, but we also have it in the light industry zone, we use average setbacks, which is 3 buildings on each side.
Yes.
Okay?
Yep.
If we use the average set, and there also has a clause that they throw out the outlier. You can throw out the outlier if it's twice as much.
Yes.
Okay? So we can't do that. I'm not sure if we can do that in the NC zone, because if you take the 3 buildings to the south, you would throw out 258 as being an outlier, and then you would use Westerly and the building next to it, the only other building, which are 0 setbacks, as I understand it.
Pretty close to it, yeah.
So my question goes back to, is your understanding of the ordinance that the only building that matters in determining the setback, meeting the setback language, is 258, and that the Westerly doesn't count and the other building doesn't count? And certainly the buildings on the north in the R2 zone don't count.
Well, I haven't looked at it in terms of an average setback to the adjoiners. Looked at it as a requirement of the setback in the zone. And
But the requirement, that's what I'm asking you about. The requirement says that it has to be 20 feet, or it shall be the lesser of the two, of a lesser building. In other words, if 258 was 5 feet off, setback only 5 feet, this building could be 5 feet, the way I read the ordinance. Ignoring the Westerly, ignoring any other property in the NC zone. Is that your read?
it's complicated. I mean, you don't have the same zone immediately to the north, so you
Well, I'm
can't average
ignoring
anything
that.
on that side.
But we're
But you have to
very
be
specific
sensitive
about
to
that.
what those buildings are too. I mean, you don't necessarily want to hold 0 setback all the way down the street and then just jump in when you get to the first residential dwelling. So it's somewhat of a transitional
Glad you said
setback.
that. I'm glad you testified to that. Okay, so if you're having to be sensitive to what's adjacent, 258 is not going to be around in 10 years, it's not likely to be there in its
No.
current form. There's a good chance it won't be there. So you will have a building that will use the Westerly. It's an adjoining building with 0 setback, and it will be built with a 0 setback lid. And we'll have this building that will be set back 20 feet from any new building that goes between them.
So what's the
With a grass
question?
lawn.
What's the question?
My question is, how does that work into the sensitivity of what is around? He's trying to.
Well, just ask him, I
Okay.
want you to ask him a
You're
question about his
asking-
testimony.
You're asking a question about conceptual what if, and you've moved past what the ordinance requires. So since you're into that line of thinking, I'm asking you to apply that line of thinking to 258. That in 5 years, in relatively short order, we could easily have another westerly at 258, which will have a 0 setback, and we will have this. Do you think that's sensitive to the neighborhood commercial concept? Is that congruent with the neighborhood commercial concept, or is this going to be an outlier, and we're going to put, I don't know if you're familiar with Bellevue Avenue, where we have many buildings that were set back, and they put additions on the front, and it doesn't look too great. It's small scale, but it doesn't look too great. And the master plan calls it out. So I'm questioning what your parameters are for sensitivity to the neighborhood and the district.
Well, I'm looking at a photograph now that, I don't know if the board's seen this, but the house at 258 is really set back very close to what we have now.
Yeah, it's almost identical.
What we're proposing.
It's almost identical.
Yeah.
But you brought up the concept of being sensitive.
Well, we don't, and as you mentioned, you don't know what 258 is going to be, whether they come halfway between what it is at the westerly and what we're proposing.
And we don't. And what we're
so
proposing right now, though, is a building that will be 35 feet from the curb line, 20 feet from the right-of-way with a grass lawn in a neighborhood commercial zone.
At the
And
end
I
of
don't
neighborhood
understand
commercial
how the
zone.
sensitivity works for the neighborhood commercial.
At
It's
the-
very sensitive to R2.
Yeah, well, yeah, which is right next to
Yeah,
it.
as a matter of fact, the rendering looks like it's a R2 zone. It could be an R3 zone. It doesn't look like an NC zone. That's my concern.
I think that the argument of changing the setback is more suited for 258 whenever they come in
Okay.
for their application.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Makes a valid point. The fact is, we got a 20-foot setback.
Gerald Fears, 260 Park. Because I know many variances were given to the westerly that were not fulfilled, like the lights that we mentioned, and I know that there's often trash on your lawn. So I wonder about maintenance and the promises or the ideas that you've said about snow removal, rubbish. What happens? What is the legal penalty when those things are not fulfilled?
Well, maybe it's a question for the board's attorney. It's certainly not an engineering question.
Okay.
I mean, that's a question really for code enforcement.
Yeah.
I don't have that answer.
Oh,
Mr.
okay.
Anderson
No, I just
doesn't.
wonder because as I hear your answers, in other words, the truth is you don't know what you're speaking about.
No, that's so we're here to get a site plan approved. It has a certain number of parameters, things that have to be built in accord, and the town will supervise that it's constructed in accordance with the plans. So this agreement is fulfilled. How it's operated becomes part of what the chairman said, is part of code enforcement. If something happens after this whole deal is done, we're no longer in the picture, then you call code enforcement saying they're not doing it the way they were approved, and they will come out and give them a notice of violation. That's the way it goes. I mean, we're not in this for the rest of our lives, making sure that Gino's taking the trash out on Tuesday.
Right, no, well, but exactly, because I mean, people don't use the loading zone at the Waverly. People don't, the trash truck won't be small. That's reality.
Well,
We have to see what they present to us in the plan.
Okay, no, I just wanted to ask the question.
And if there is something different, then that's.
I just wanted to ask the question.
I appreciate your questions.
I didn't know who was responsible
Yes.
for enforcement. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And that's why, as part of any kind of approval here, we can use that for enforcement. You have something
Absolutely.
to point to.
And
That's why we have resolutions here, and the board makes decisions reflected in resolutions, and that's when things, we ask for all these items to be provided so we can enforce them down the road if they're not being addressed.
Okay. Diane Moore, Wine Gas, 268 Park Street. Hi. The rendering's not up right now, showing the buildings. But you had, I think it's Mr. Graham, if you have 0 setbacks between 258 and 260, there's windows on the south side of 260, right?
And I believe a balcony as well.
And a balcony. So if you build, if you don't have, if you're permitted to have 0 setbacks, then the building at 258, that's the new building, will be right at the window of the 260? In other words, I'll be here and you'll be the window? No, is that right? Is that right?
Yes.
Because I did overhear the gentleman who bought 258. I happened to run into him at the building department upstairs. And I overheard him say that once this building gets built, if it does, his property will be worth so much more to the builder he'll sell to, who'll do the same thing. So anticipating a building next to it with 0 setbacks, that means that I'll be looking in your window. Wait, that window will have either a brick wall or a window with a window about as far away as I am from you?
I would like to answer your question, but this is really an architectural question as to how the building is made up. My testimony is based on site engineering, and I'm happy to answer any question that you have about my testimony.
Oh, so you don't also, so this parking spaces is not your...
Parking spaces you can ask me about, yes.
Okay, so the required 20
Yes.
becomes 18 for the credit for the 2 EV spaces, is what you said? So it's 18 spaces.
Correct. That's
assuming you didn't get a variance. So,
correct.
Right, so you would need 18, and so you could you eliminate one apartment and not need that 2 spaces?
I think that would do it, yes.
Okay, so one way or the other, you could either eliminate an apartment or get a variance in order
Or
to...
have less seats in the pizzeria, and things like that. If we cut the parking demand down, we could potentially be variance-free.
What did you say? Did you say something about seats in the pizzeria?
Parking is calculated for commercial uses like restaurants based on the number of seats.
So what are the proposed number of seats for the restaurant?
17.
17 seats in the restaurant, and that's how you got to the required number of spaces you would need?
Yes, 1 per 3.
Okay, so... Okay, so you were allowing how many spaces for the pizza place needs 6, 7 spaces?
It's a fractional. It's 5.7 spaces are required for the pizzeria.
Okay, now, when the rain that's coming down, the gutters are they included in the width of the building, or are they outside? They're outside, right?
No, it's internal to the building. It's a flat roof and with
And so they
internal drains that come down.
They're internal drains. So, because I thought you said that they would allow for a 1/2 inch of rain. I know we're expecting 3/4 inch of rain tomorrow. So let's say you have an extra 1/4 inch. That's supposed to be taken up by the dry well. That's where that's going to go. That's what you meant by that?
They come down. They're collected on the roof and in the parking lot, and it comes either down the roof leaders, down through the building. It comes into what we have is a 12-inch diameter pipe under the ground.
On both?
All the way down the length of the parking lot. And that...
On one side only, or 2 sides?
One side, but all the water is pitched towards that area, so it's collected into that pipe. And the water goes into that pipe, and then it is conveyed all the way out to the dry well. If the volume, because it rains 3/4 of an inch instead of a 1/2 inch, right, whatever, maybe start overflowing. It'll start overflowing through a pipe that goes out to the street, to the pipe that's in the street.
Underground, right?
Underground?
Underground.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Underground?
be clear about, when you say
Yeah.
overflow, makes people think it's coming out of the manhole, down the driveway and into the street.
Oh, okay.
What you've designed, I believe, is an underground pipe that will manage it before
Before it
anything
comes to the surface.
surfaces
Correct.
and go into the actual storm sewer of the township.
And even though they are adding a little more impervious coverage surfaces, they are adding a lot of space to keep the water on the site. So it'll be better than it is now.
And it would be even better than that if they land banked the 2 spots in the rear. And it would have even more capacity to handle that water.
Well, I mean, ideally, you would just have one apartment less, not have that problem, and you'll have the 2 spaces, whether they're banked or not banked. I mean, that's a different issue. Let me just see if I can get out of here. Hold on. Okay, so what were we talking about with those windows? Oh, that's not for you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Victor Weingast again, 268 Park Street. I think these are quick questions. Just to clarify, when you were speaking about the width of the parking spaces, I hope I misheard you. Did you say some of the spaces were 7.5 feet wide?
Fortunately, you did mishear me.
Okay.
It's 8.75.
8.7, that's fine. And just because you brought up, you said there were no plans or you weren't aware of what was going on with seating, outdoor seating for the restaurant, just want to point out that the last meeting, Mr. DeSantis made a commitment that there would be no outdoor seating. Just wanted to reinforce that. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Diane Moore, 268 Park Street. Is there a special fire wall between the restaurant and the apartments?
I'm sorry. Again, that's inside the building. I'm just outside the building.
Architect.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome. Any other questions from the public of this witness? I see none. Mr. Trembulac, I think you have one more witness to go. We are well past
Presumably
our
not tonight.
typical time, so we'll carry this to a new date, which I guess we'll have to figure out our calendar like now.
Yeah, what I'd like to do is, since we haven't adopted our calendar for next year, I'd like to propose that we schedule the first meeting in January for January 12th. Does that work for everybody who's here? That's the second Monday in January.
It's good by me.
Okay, all right, so I'll have the
Everyone
full
else?
calendar for the board at the December 14th meeting. But it'll include a January 12th meeting, and we will carry this public hearing to January 12th.
January 12th. Okay.
No further notice required, and you'll grant us any
course.
extensions of time required?
Of
Okay.
course.
All right, thank you. So,
Thanks very
see you back
much.
here on January 12th.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, any committee reports?
Take this.
I do not have any reports.
Okay. And then we have bills.
It's a handbook.
We have bills, which you got in your packet today.
Saw the bills, yes. Somebody called this individual a Luddite. I don't know who it was, but I would motion to pay the bills.
Is there a second?
Yes, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions,
I would move
okay.
adjournment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Have a great night, everyone.
Who called you that, Art?